on this damn phone. Okay. All right. What are we going to be talking about this morning? I wonder if I will be able to find. This is the PNPs. This is the JLPs. JLP. Let's see. If okay. All right. So. Okay, this one right. You know, I hate when people when they do these I hate when they do these things, because the one thing that they never do is kind of like write these documents in a way that is plain, that persons can easily understand what they are writing. All right, so I guess it's early in the morning. I'm just going to do this. I may do a concise video afterwards, but I'm just taking this opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the tax reforms that we're a few days away from election day. And good morning, Jewel baby. I hope you have a blessed day too. We are a few days away from election. I would say maybe 6 days, so less than a week. Right, and tonight we'll be having the debate between the leader of the opposition and the prime minister. Right, I am afraid that perhaps the focus will be on the prime minister's finances. I hope to God that Mark Golding does not get distracted by focusing on the fact that the prime minister has the integrity commission in court and his income and expenses have not yet been certified by the integrity commission. While we take seriously allegations of corruption, while we take seriously any politician who have unjustly enriched themselves on the backs of the Jamaican people, we cannot lose sight of the plight of the people in, the pursuit of justice against corrupt officials. Because we are trying to decide who the next government should be, right? And at the end of the day, we have issues that we need to see addressed. We have issues that are pressing, that have been languishing since before some of us were born. Because if you're a millennial or a Gen Z, much of the problems that Jamaica has existed before we were born, and they are still persisting today. And it's right before I started this live, I saw a clip from a podcast with Dale Elliott, and he was saying that he don't understand why politicians are promising to fix roads, because it's like, but that's just a natural function of government. Why is that an election talking point? Wagwan Chadi, why is it an election talking point that you're going to come and promise us to fix road? That doesn't make any sense. And I had a barbershop conversation, it was about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I can't recall, where the principal of my college, right, was in the barbershop as well, and there were some barbers and some other persons there, and we were having this political debate, right? I wasn't having the debate, but the conversation was being had, and somehow I got roped into the conversation. And they were, my barber was saying, well, the JLP has done a lot of stuff, and that is one of the things that you have a lot. People will say, oh, the government has done a lot of stuff. But when it comes to specificity, they can't point to a specific thing. Chadi says it's always embarrassing when they speak of road and water. These are basic things that is a natural part of the function of a government. It's no different than me going on a date with a young lady and saying one of the requirements of if we're going to enter into a relationship, one of the requirements is sex. Like, duh. If we're going to be dating, if you're not going to be in a relationship with the objective of getting married, clearly we're going to have sex. Like, why would that be something that is discussed on the table? Unless, obviously, they are out of the ordinary things that I want to do in those intimate encounters. But on the face of it, it goes without saying that we're gonna be doing the do. So like, why are we having this conversation? And I think we have become so comfortable with mediocrity that when someone does what they are supposed to do, we see it as an achievement, we see it as an accomplishment. And that was my rebuttal in this barbershop conversation that I was having about 2 years ago, where they were saying, and I'm like, but these are things that would have been done anyway. It doesn't matter who is in power, these things would have had to be done. You can't say, it's like saying, oh, well, the government paid the police and this, like, yeah, they have to pay them, whether the JLP in power, the PMP in power, the public sector workers have to be paid. You have to pay them. You can't have them coming to work and they don't get any pay. That does not make any sense. So you can't use it as an achievement. If Jamaica has a debt, so let's just say, we have the French government made the toll roads, right? If Jamaica is paying down the debt, it's like, it doesn't matter which government is in power, they would have to pay down the debt. Like what are we talking about? Right? So I recognize that most of the stuff that they're talking about are just the normal functions of government. It's 2025. Jamaica is a small island. And the bulk of the problem that we have in Jamaica, why Jamaica is still we're stuck in this gray zone. This is what people don't understand. Jamaica is stuck in a kind of gray zone where we're not a third world country, but we're not really a developing country either, even though they say that we are, and we're not a first world country either. We're in this no man's land where we are teetering, like we're sliding on the sliver between third world, developing, and first world. And the reason for that is, when you look at the kinds of investments that are being done in Jamaica, Jamaica should be a Singapore, a first world country. But because the wealth is being funneled to the top, so you have all this wealth that is being generated, and it's about where is the wealth going? That is why Andrew can boast about the economy and said, well, the economy has done well under us. And he is right. But are we as Jamaicans benefiting from this growth in the economy that you're talking about? No, we are not. And so while the economy is doing well, Jamaicans are sinking into poverty. So there is this disconnect between the growth that the government is talking about and the lived realities of the Jamaican people. It's like, who is benefiting? Yes, we know that the country is growing. Yes, we know that less people are unemployed. But where is the money going? Where is the money going? And so that is what I want to talk about, because another thing that vexes me, like this is one of the when I say vexes me, I feel like I want to line up all these people who claim to be actuaries and academics and scholars, line them up in the public square, and you get one of the old-time Cat 9 from back in the day where they used to beat slaves, and you give them 100 lashes. This is how vexing this issue is for me. Because why is it vexing? We should be relying on the intellectuals in our society to explain things to us when we see these policies being put forward by the two parties or whatever. So when they come out and they talk about growth, crime reduction, tax reform, whatever it is that they're talking about, because they're going to present it in a way that they are misrepresenting the facts. When you say 1,000 lashes, they are misrepresenting the facts, right? For instance, when you look at crime, the Prime Minister is saying that crime is down, right? Crime and violence is down. And when we talk about crime and violence, we're talking about like serious crimes like murder, right? Because that is what we really look at to determine the state of safety in Jamaica. And what the Prime Minister has done over the past year or so is kind of look at small windows of time to say, okay, over the last week there were no crime. I'm not working. I quit my job because they were on some bullshit. So I don't have a job right now. So it frees me, it gives me time. Like I said, I wasn't able to go live because I had this job that was demanding. And I know people will do lives and stuff, but I have to do my research first. I can't just come and talk stuff and I don't know what I'm talking about just to get likes and views. I have to make sure that I get an understanding of what I am talking about, do some research. So at the very least, I'm not just talking crap, right? And that takes time, right? Because I looked at the PMP's manifesto, I look at the JLP's manifesto, and if you notice, the title of the live is tax reform. And this is not tax in the broad sense, but we're looking at the income tax threshold. That's what we're going to look at, because the JLP is proposing increase of the income tax threshold up to $2 million over, I think, 3 years. So by the time we reach $2 million, them up for a re-election again, which is kind of suspicious, right? The PNP is proposing an increase up to $3.5 million. Now, I have a big red flag when it comes to the PNP, right? So what I did was I looked at which proposal is cheaper, which proposal puts more money in the pockets of Jamaicans, which proposal benefits the lower and middle class, right? And basically that. So there's a big question for me with the PNP. Remember, I think it was in 2020 when Andrew came out and said that they were going to increase the minimum wage threshold to $1.5 million. You guys will, I don't know if it was in 2020. I think it was 2020. The PNP said that can't work. No, I don't want people to think that I'm on the side of the JLP. I am just assessing what's going on. Because remember, they're saying these things to induce us to vote for them. Right? They're saying this is what I'm going to do, so this is why It was, okay, so you, Blair, said it was in 2016. Thank you very much for that correction. So in 2016, when the JLP came out and said that they were going to increase the minimum wage threshold to $1.5 million, the PNP said that cannot, there is no way, it is not possible. They vehemently rejected that proposal. Fast forward now to 2025, the 1.5 went and Jamaica is doing well. So it's like, why you were saying it's not possible. Now you basically double that. And you're saying it is possible, make that make sense. I am not concerned simply because they rejected the proposal in 2015. I am concerned because when I look at the JLP's manifesto, there is nothing in their manifesto that talk about this $3.5 million income tax threshold. So it's like, to me, you saw where the PNP, the JLP's 2 million proposal was gaining traction, and you decide to just pull this 3.5 out of your ass. That is what it looks like to me, because if it is not in your manifesto, it simply means that it is not something that you had planned for. It was not a part of the raft of policies that you intended to implement over your 5-year term if you win. So why then are you now coming on in the heat of the debate? You just come up with this $3.5 million. Why are you talking about a $3.5 million income tax threshold when it is not? Go on the PMP's manifesto. I think it's 55 pages. Where is it? It's 54 pages. Nowhere in those 54 pages do they have a minimum, do they have mentioned anything about increasing the income tax threshold to $3.5 million? It's not in the manifesto. They didn't even say when this manifesto was, there's no date on when the manifesto was. But it is not in the manifesto. And if it is not in your manifesto, it then suggests to me that you just, because you realize that the JLP was gaining traction because they had this 3.5 million, 2 million threshold plus the 15% reduction in the income tax rate, you decide that you have to do something too. And so you come up with the 3.5. For the manifesto is 55 pages, the JLP is 110. The JLP's manifesto is 110. And to be honest, I think I like more of the JLPs, which has always been the case. I think the JLP is better at communicating than the PNP. It's one of the issues that the PNP, they have a communication problem. I like the JLP's manifesto in terms of most of the things that they have. I like the PNP. The PNP has some, I think, realistic proposal in terms of food security and land ownership, right? Those things I think are realistic. I like their proposal too about, is it them talk about the gratuities being tax free? And we have to remember it was in 2007. It was Bruce Golding that started to tip tax gratuity and tips, Bruce Golding started this fuckery, because when I started to work in the hotel sector in 2005, gratuities were not taxed. Gratuities were not taxed. Bruce Golding come up with the tax in the gratuity in 2007 when him win. So it was the JLP that did that bullshit. And now I see where I think, and then with the gratuity too, the hotel charges, so hotels charge the guests 8% gratuity. So in the hotel rate that you pay, when you go to a hotel and you pay, let's say $150, 8% of that is supposed to go towards paying the staff. What the hotels do is they use most of that 8% towards overheads. not towards paying the staff. So the staff get a small percentage, I think maybe 8% of that 8% that goes towards gratuity. So you tell the guests, oh, you don't have to pay tip because it's already included in the rate, right? And then you take most of the money for yourself. So I think it is the PNP who's proposing that 80% of the gratuity that is collected, that is already built into the hotel rate, should go towards paying the staff. And then the gratuity will not be taxed. It will be tax free. So when you get your pay and you see gratuity, that portion will not be taxed. And that is what existed before the JLP bringing this foolishness where them tax everything. Bruce Golding did that shit. So I love that proposal, because what that does is it puts a lot more money in your pocket. And because I believe in indirect taxation, I do not believe that you should be paying taxes on your salary, on your income. You shouldn't. If, like for NIS, sure, because insurance is important. So NIS, NHT, I don't believe we should be paying NHT. I think people should voluntarily contribute to NHT, because NHT, I have been paying NHT since I was 17 years old. Me a big dirty man right now, and I can't afford a house. So it's like, what is the point of me contributing? Because, okay, fine, I go to NHT and I'm not going to be eligible for $9 million because I am well past 25. Because they're looking at how close you are to retirement age, right? $9 billion cannot buy a house. It can't. $9 billion cannot buy a house in Jamaica. And even if two of you come together and you put you put the other person's 9 on it, that's $18 million. It can't buy a house either. So it's like, what is if I as a contributor cannot go to the NHT and get a, because that's the whole point. To me, the whole point of contributing to the NHT is that you can go to the NHT as a contributor and you get a house through the NHT. That is that is the only thing that makes sense to me. So it's like, why am I being forced to contribute to NHT if I can't benefit from NHT? It does not make any sense. So the NHT contribution should be voluntary. That is not something that you should be taking out of, you should be forcefully taking out of people's pay. Heart, I have no objections when it comes to Heart. Heart has been the best thing that ever came to Jamaica. Heart has been the best thing that I think it was the PNP that did the Heart thing. That was one of the best decisions that they ever made. So I have no objections where Heart is concerned. Heart is great. I only have praises for Heart. So fine, you can take the Heart. So you have NIS and you have Heart, and then you have the education tax. Can't complain about education tax because I think education should be free. I think they should have an unemployment insurance tax that they also take from people's pay. So when you are fired or you resign or whatever, the government should pay half of your salary up to maybe 1 year, because sometimes it really takes a while for people to secure a second job, and that now frees us up to be able to have this flexibility in terms of the quality of the jobs that we have. Because what happens is that most people are in jobs that they don't want to go to, but because it is so hard to get a job, and when you leave the job you have nothing, there is absolutely nothing there to help you. You have to just stay in those toxic jobs and do them, because what are you going to do? You have no alternative. So I think that unemployment insurance should be something that we pay, right? So that when you have a job and you leave for whatever reason, whether you were fired or you voluntarily separated from the company, there is that period, there's like a 12-month period where the government said, we will give you half of whatever salary you was getting before for the next 12 months until you find a job. And of course, they will actively help you to find a job. So it's not a situation where you sit down with your hand folded, and then that also puts you in a position where the government is actively trying to get you out of unemployment, right? So I think we should, that is something that we should move towards, so that one, there is more competition in the market, in the employment space. Because right now what is happening is that there is this covert collusion amongst employers, where everywhere you go is the same. Any hotel that you work at, there's no point in leaving one hotel for the other, because nothing changes. The salary is the same, the treatment is the same. So like it's like what's the point? Because there is no competition really. There is this silent monopoly that they have, because you think, oh, if I go to Royalton, it's going to be different, or if I go to, it's the same, because they're all colluding behind the scenes to underpay you and to have these poor working conditions. Most hotels now don't even do pension. The last job that I had, they don't do pension. So it's like, okay, if you're there working until you retire, what do you have to get? Just the little NIS that you have been paid to the government. You have nothing to get, because all you're getting is your salary. And the salary is not like, say, okay, fine, you're paying you $5 million, so that's a lot of money. You can pay your own pension. What they're paying you can barely support you in your, just to cover your basic expenses. So you're not saving any money and you're not paying any pension. So now you're 65 years old and retire, and you still have to keep working because you ain't got no money to carry you through to the next 30 years, before you kick the bucket. Now, I wanted to talk about the proposals, right? And this is one of the things that I said about, we are expecting that the people in the country who are claiming that they're bright, right, and the rest of it dons, when these manifestos come to light, they're supposed to come now, and because everybody has social media. You don't even need to go on TVJ and CVM and whatever to talk about all angles or whatever. You can just turn the camera on your phone and put the information out there, and it will go around if what you're saying makes sense. So you don't even need to book any kind of TV interview to get the message out. All you need is your phone. So the JLP has its manifesto, the PNP has its manifesto. Where are the experts to come out and tell the Jamaican people what the manifesto actually mean and whether or not it is realistic? Nobody. So we have these beautifully looking booklets with stuff in there that nobody understands. That makes no fucking sense. Now there is this tug of war between the JLP and the PNP with respect to the income tax situation, because this seems to be one of the biggest issues. Because I'm not going to lie, I loved the fact that the JLP increased the income tax threshold to the $1.7 million, because that put more money in my pocket, and that helped me as somebody who is in, I don't even know which class. I'm not poor, but I'm not middle class either, so I'm in a gray zone. I'm not poor, but I wouldn't consider myself to be middle class. So maybe lower middle class, I don't know. Right? It helped a lot. Because remember, when your light bill comes, you have to pay it right away. Otherwise, they will disconnect your light. So if you are taking home $20,000 extra per month, that can cover light. Shit, this is overeating. That can cover light, internet, and water. So imagine you're getting, in terms of like this direct tax return on your pay that can cover your utilities. That is a big help. So I have to commend the JLP for that. The PNP were the ones saying this is not possible, and I don't know what is wrong with these people. I don't know what is wrong with the PNP when it comes to economics. I mean, we have all these people who claim to them bright, because the people on the PNP side seems a little bit more eloquent in terms of how they speak, but there seems to be this disconnect between with the lived realities of the common folk like myself, right? So when the 1.5 came, I wasn't paying PAY, because at the time in 2016, when they increased the threshold to 1.5, I was making $1.5 million per year. I was making $1.3 million per year. So, because remember, it moved from 700,000 to 1.5. So that was a big, I think it was like $4,000 per week that I was getting back. That was not taxed. So that was like money in my pocket. So that was like, so just by them raising the, it's like I got a raise when I didn't. Right? So, and that made sense, because of course, pay the tax indirectly when you go to buy goods and services, which kind of makes sense, because It's better for you to have the money in your pocket, because when you have the money in hand, you can afford stuff. The tax is neither here nor there, because we don't make decision based on whether or not the GCT is 16%. We make decision based on what we can afford based on the money in our pocket. So that was a very smart move on the part of the JLP. And it comes back because it increased economic activity. And by virtue of increasing economic activity, what the JLP would have needed to do in order to recoup that cost in terms of budgetary cost that they increase in the threshold would have cost is to increase their tax collection efforts. Because remember, a lot of businesses are not turning over the taxes that they collect to the government. That is a big issue. So if the government focus on collecting the taxes that businesses collect via GCT, then it will offset whatever the cost is to them for increasing the threshold to a great extent. And I think they focused on that. I think TAJ kind of went to work and they collected more taxes than they did in previous years, which covered that, whatever. Now they move it to 1.7, they're going to move it to 1.8, and then going to move it to 2 million. I think this is going, for the JLP, this is going to be over a 3-year period, which kind of have me a little bit suspicious, because then it's going to tie you right back into the next election, and we're not playing that kind of game with you. We're not playing them games with you, JLP. You want some bullshit. Then they're going to reduce the income tax rate to 15%. I think it should be 10%. Me personally, I don't think we should be paying income tax. I think you should have unemployment insurance, national insurance, education tax, and HART. NHT should be voluntary, and there's no PAYE. That is what I think should happen. We shouldn't be paying any income tax at all. The tax that we should be paying should be the GCT, and maybe you increase it by 1%. I don't care. Right? You collect the tax from consumption, not at source, because we still have to pay GCT, and so you're basically taxing our income twice, because anything that you buy is taxed. So why are you taxing the income? You're taxing the income at source, and then you're taxing it when I'm going to buy. That don't make no fucking sense. So I believe that you should remove the PAYE altogether. The income tax should be abolished. It is a theft of our money. You are taxing us twice. You're taxing us when we get to salary, and you're taxing us when we buy. That does not make any sense. Income tax is 25%, GCT is 15%. That is 40% of your income is gone to tax. And when you look at the others, the NIS, I think is 3%, NHT is 2%, education tax is 2%, or 2.5, I don't remember. So when you add up those others, basically you're paying 50% of your income goes to tax. That don't make no friggin' sense. 50% of your income goes to tax. It does not make any sense. So to me, the income tax should be totally abolished. It's theft. Straight, it is theft. It is theft. I would rather you increase the consumption tax to 17%, right? So we pay it indirectly, and that's how you get your money, and you make sure say every registered business is paying their taxes, and you do like the IRS, you ain't paying your goddamn tax, we coming for you, we taking you to court, and we getting our money. So you become more serious, you have more stringent policies, and you had interest to, okay, if it take you this, we charge in interest. This is our money. And then you also need to invest, because I don't know what, you have to treat the government like a business. Why are you sitting on the money? Invest the money so that you can make money on the money that you are collecting, and use that interest income to run the country. Why, just like how you have businesses buying stocks and government bonds, why is the government not doing that? Buy commercial paper from other, invest on the US stock and the NASDAQ, and buy Twitter, Google, OpenAI stocks like everybody else. Why is the government not doing that? And you use the income from that to run the fucking country. Why are we not investing? You can't just sit down depend on tax. They run the country like a business. Businesses don't just collect revenue and sit down on the revenue, the revenue. They invest the revenue in something else so that they can make money on those revenues. So that is what we are supposed to be doing. And we have all these people who claim to say them bright and them accountant and this and that. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Invest the money, go buy Facebook stock like everybody else. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, so let me bring it back to what we really want to talk about. So, the JLP is suggesting a phased increase up to $2 million for the income tax threshold. That simply means that if you're making $2 million or under, you don't pay no income tax, period. Right? So that will put a little bit more money in your pocket. I don't know. Let me see if I have worked out how much more that is going to put in your pocket. Really? I think I had it somewhere. I had it somewhere. This is weird. Sorry. Alright, so they want to cut the person for the JLP, they want to cut the personal income. Where did I have this thing? I had it. Oh my god. Where did I have it? Give me a moment. I'm trying to find where I had the information. I don't want to give wrong information, but so Kilotini. Okay, so for the JLP, right, for their income tax proposal, they want to cut the base personal income tax rate from 25%, right, to 15%. So between $1 and $6 million, the income tax rate right now, between $1, yes, $1 and $6 million, the income tax rate is 25%, right? So they want to cut that 25% to 15%, right? And of course, this would be phased over, I think, a 3-year period. And they also want to combine the other deductions that we have. So the education tax, HART, NIS, and NHT, they want to roll that into one. So you're going to just see one admin charge deducted from your pay in addition. So you would have two deductions. You would have the income tax deduction and the admin charge deduction on your payroll, on your pay stub. Of course, if you have pension, the pension will be different. Right? So that is what they want to do. They also want to make tips and gratuities tax-free for hospitality workers who earn up to $3 million a year. And they want to require that 80% of the gratuity that the hotels collect actually goes to the staff, right? And they also promise income tax relief for senior citizens. The PNP, in their manifesto, they want to remove income tax, so it's basically the same thing, from tips, gratuities, and commissions for tourism workers with legislation that prevent abuse. Because, you know, normally when the government come up with a law, the business them find some loophole if you jump through and still thief your money, right? Then they also promise to remove income tax from overtime pay for workers whose earnings are $6 million or less. So if you work overtime, if you're making under $6 million, inclusive of that overtime per year, so the overtime itself would be tax-free. So the only thing that you would be taxed on based on the PNP's proposal is your base pay. Just your base pay that would be taxed. any additional income, any additional earning would be taxed. You would get that money straight up. So if you're overtime at $200,000, you get your full $200,000 bumps, right? Which is very good. And they want to increase the income tax exemptions on pension income. That is in the manifesto. What is not in the manifesto is now this $3.5 million income tax threshold that the PNP is suggesting. Now, the problem with that is the JLP gave a timeline to say, okay, first we're going to increase it to 1.8, then we're going to increase it to I don't know what, and then we're going to increase it to 2 million over a 3-year period. The PNP just said them are going to increase it to 3.5, and we don't know if it's a one go, them are going to do it. So we win September 3, and by December, or by when does the fiscal year ends? The fiscal year ends in March. In March 2026, we're going to just increase it one lick to 3, but them not tell we how them going to do it, which obviously is evidence of the fact that this is a last minute thing to kind of like one up the JLP, and I'm depend that bullshit. Like I'm not on that bullshit. We are moving into 2030, and there's a bunch of stuff that is on the 2030 timeline. So we are living in the most critical time of history. And the next government, people don't understand, the next government is very important going into 2030. It is very, very important. So we can't afford to play politics with because our lives are on the line. Anyway, so right now, them say if you pay 0%, right, tax up to about $1.799 million. Right? So if you're making $1.799 million right now as I'm speaking to you, you don't pay any income tax on it. If you work, let's say 1.8 million to 6 million would be taxed at 25% right now. Anything above 6 million would be taxed at 30%. When we do the maths, because Damian Crawford went on the fix and he went on Let's Be Honest podcast and he talk a bunch of stuff. He's claiming that for them $3.5 million increase is going to cost $55 billion. Now I don't know if it's $55 billion per year or $55 billion. Well, it will have to be $55 billion per year. That would make sense. It's going to cost 55 because this is the thing, when them talk, they not really talk, so you understand what really are going. So I am assuming that he's saying, I don't know where him get the numbers from, but he claims that some bright people, right, come up with the figures. So for them $3 million increase of the income tax threshold is going to cost $55 billion Jamaican dollars. I'm going to go ahead and say it's per year. And the PNP's 2.5 million plus the 15% reduction, the 10% reduction in the GCT tax rate, in the income tax rate, is going to cost 90 billion. But that not really mean nothing to me and you, because at the long and short of the tour, we want to know how much money we want to get pan we pay. How much money you're going to see extra pan you pay. Alright, that's what boil down to, me not care how much billion government want pay, or we want cost government that nothing to do with the price of rice. We want to know how much money we're going to see in our pocket. So let me see if we can, we may have so. Alright, so I did some kind of like what if analysis, if you will. So let's say you're earning $3 million per year, right? You would pay roughly 300,000 and some change in taxes. That's per year. Because we have to do it like that. We can't do pay per year because it's just too granular. Right? So if the base income tax rate falls from 25% to 15%, then you would have moved from paying $300,000 a year in income tax alone to $180,000 and some change in income tax. So that would save you about 120,000. So this is under the JLP's proposal. So you would save about $120,000 per year and some change, and that's, you can divide that that's about $8,000 a month. I don't know, right? So that is what you would see in a what if analysis scenario under the JLP's proposal. Now, if you earn $5 million a year, which, okay, we not see the money there, and you're moving from the 25% to the 15%, right? You would pay $320,000 a year, right? If you earn $7 million, so these are the people in your manager and what have you, right? You would save about $420,000 a year, right? So we're looking at the more you make is the more you're saving, but the saving between the people who make less and the people who make more is a big gap under the JLP, which is a bit suspicious, because to me, the objective, I am assuming, the objective of this relief, this tax relief, should be to lessen the burden on the people who can't afford to be burdened. It shouldn't be, yeah, Michael Leachin and you are getting more in tax relief than me, who make $1 million a year. That don't make no fucking sense. Obviously, in terms of order of magnitude, if you're making $21 million a year, the dollar amount is going to be a lot more. But we're looking at percentage-wise, it shouldn't be where I am saving 5% on my $2 million a year salary, while you're saving 30% on your $21 million a year salary. That does not make any sense. It should be relatively close to my 5%. So under the JLP, the gap between what the poor saves in terms of that the poor gets in terms of a tax release and the rich gets in terms of the tax relief is very wide. So the JLP need to go back to the drawing board with this fuckery proposal with them have. Because reducing the income tax rate does not benefit the poor. It doesn't. It will give the appearance, because this is how them catch you, you know. So, as a poor person, it will, you can do the math yourself. I don't want to confuse anybody. But as a poor person, if you're making, let's say, $2 million, right? You won't pay any tax on that $2 million. So you will get all of that $2 million in your pocket, save the NIS and the other little foolishness for them take out, right? But if you are a rich person, no, you are not, you're paying 15%. So you make $21 million a year like Mark Golding. And your income tax now drop from 15%, from 25% to 15%. That's a lot more. So you, the rich person, is getting way more money in your pocket than the little person who make $2 million a year or less than $2 million. Like, it's not benefiting you. The income tax drop is not benefiting you. It is benefiting the richer folk who are making that big money. And this is not what they're telling you. And it is more costly, because remember, you know, all these rich people will be paying less in taxes, so obviously it's going to cost more on the government, because remember, you know, it is tax that the government is not collecting. So it's going to cost the government more, because the people who are making all this big money, the 6 million, the 15 million, the 11 million, the whatever million, them are pay less money, whereas me and you, we know in them the bracket there anyway, so it no impact, we know where shape and form. We are not impacted. So when Andrew come out and I talk about, oh, we're gonna drop it to 15%, and you did a jump and a killer, you ain't go pay you not pay no money anyway because you're not making $2 million. So how does the drop in the income tax rate from 25% to 15% I go affect you? It not go affect you because you not pay no money. You not go pay no tax, period. I wasn't making my last job that I Joseph, I was not making $2 million. I was not making $2 million a year. So when the tax threshold lift to $2 million and them drop the income tax to 15%, me not pay no tax anyway, so it no benefit me. It does not benefit me because I am not making enough money to even pay the 15% tax. It would be people who are making more. So but what will happen though in the short term is that it's a catch, it's a trick. So you're asking Pamela, what about the PMP tax? All right, so with the JLP's tax, right now as it stands, we're up to $1.8 million you pay no money, no tax, right? Let's say you're making three, but I don't even know, there's no point in even having that conversation because we're not making $3 million a year. You're just not going to pay any tax. So right now, the way the thing's set up, you're not really benefiting from what the JLP has put out because, like, how many of us are making $3 million? Is anybody on the live making $3 million a year? Because if you're not, this tax thing, you're not going to get no benefit from it. You're not going to benefit from it at all. You are already benefiting from because they just increased it to the $1.79 million, so you're paying less in PAYE already. So the way, right now as I'm talking to you, is 1.7, where is it? The threshold is 1.799367, I think. I know it's over 1.7. It's 1.7 something, right? So unless you're expecting to get Jennifer, what are you talking about? Okay, so that Anthony and Jennifer, I'm not sure if there is something that I am saying that you don't understand. What is it that you don't understand? Because you have a computer. Go on your computer, put in your salary. Just open Excel. Open Excel, put in yours and work it out for yourself. You don't need to believe just go on your computer, open Microsoft Excel, drop your salary in there and see how it works. Because that's what I am doing. I am not working for the PNP. I am not working for the JLP. I am a Jamaican and we have two political parties. You have to understand the JLP's income tax proposal is more costly than the PNP. It is just that simple. It's just that simple. It is just that simple because you have to look at, remember, if the government says we're not going to collect the tax, that there's a cost attached to that. If the PNP is saying anybody will make $3.5 million will not pay any taxes, that's what the PNP is saying. How much will that cost the government? It's just as simple, because you're going to look at how many people in the country who are employed who are making $3.5 million. That's it. It's just that simple. How many people in Jamaica is making $3.5 million or less? Those persons are not going to pay any tax. So what is the cost? How much is that? Because remember, the government would have collected the revenue. Then now go back to collect. So it is a cost to the government. How much is that money? According to what Damian Crawford is saying, it is $55 billion. I didn't come up with this figure because they did not give us how much, because you see, when they're saying these things, they're not giving us the raw data so that we can calculate it for ourselves. So I don't know. Damian Crawford is saying, I watched him this morning. Like I said, I do my research before I come and I talk. I watched Damian Crawford this morning on The Fix. And he did 2 interviews. He was on The Fix and he was on Jay Frey's Let's Be Honest podcast. He said that the $3.5 million will cost the government $55 billion. $55 billion. The JLP's proposal, remember the JLP is doing 2 things. They're raising the income tax threshold to $2 million and they're reducing the income, this is the biggest one, they're reducing the income tax rate to 15%. So they're taking it from 25% to 15%. Remember, you know, this is the 15% would be charged between $2 million and $6 million. So obviously, before you do any maths, clearly that would be more costly than people working, because a lot of us are not making $3.5 fucking million. I have never made $2 million in my life. Have you? How much do you get paid per year? Are you making $6 million per year? No, you are not. I don't think anybody on this fucking life is making $6 million per year. So what are you talking about? It is just a simple common sense. You don't even have, you just look at it from a common sense. You are reducing the income tax rate from 25% to 15%. And that is between $2 million and $6 million. So you cannot tell me that 10% between $2 and $6 million wouldn't be more than people who are making under 3.5, because a lot of us are not making 3.5 fucking million dollars. It's not that hard to get. So what are you talking about? Me I work for PMP. Me not work for no bumbleclad PMP. Don't compare my life. Don't tell me say I work for no PMP. I am a Jamaican. And I am talking about they coming out and they trying to fucking bamboozle us. And when people come in and try to make us know, say, hey, some tricks and trade are going on in here, so we need to open our eyes and recognize what is happening. We don't come with no bullshit. I come talk about PMP and JLP. Let's just be realistic. How many people are making $3.5 million? Are you making, who they talk right now, I talk about me I work for PMP, are you making $3.5 million per year? I have never made $3.5 million per year in my life, and I have a fucking degree and 21 years of experience in the world of work. I mean, I make $3.5 million. I've never made $2 million in my life. I have a degree from 2016. I have a degree with distinction, because me no go school figure school say distinction. My GPA was 3.7. 3.7 GPA. 21 years of experience, and I've never made $2 million. From nowhere. So what are you talking about? We're looking at which one make more sense, which one is going to benefit us. If you're not making if you're not making above $2 million, how is the 15% reduction benefiting you? Anthony Ross idiot. How 15% reduction is benefiting the poor? How is that benefiting people working in the BPO sector and people working at the supermarkets and people working at the liquor? How is it benefiting them, Mr. Bumblewall? Because the 15% is going to be charged on anything above $2 million. Shanice, 3.5 no make no sense. Do you know, are you guys understanding what you're saying? Do you understand what does the 3.5 mean? What does the 3.5 mean? What does the 3.5 mean? What the $3.5 million mean? What does that mean? Because you know, it's a 3.5, like what does that mean? No, I'm just trying to, if you are not, okay, so when the JLP say, when the PMP says 3.5 million, what they are saying is that anyone who is making $3.5 million will not pay any income tax. That's what it means. So if you're making $3.5 million per year, you will not pay any income tax. That's what it means. You're going to get your full $3.5 million in your pocket minus the education, NIS, NHT, and hard tax. Right? That's what it means. Under the JLP, if you're making $2 million, you will not pay any income tax. You will get the full $2 million in your pocket minus the NIS, NHT, blah, blah, blah. Right? That's what it means. Then, anything between 2 million and 6 million would be charged at 15%. The question you have to, because remember, the tax reform is supposed to benefit the poorer set of people and help them out. You cannot be making tax for the rich because the rich don't rich already. Them don't need no money. That makes sense to you? The rich people them don't have them money already. Them don't need no help from the government. So the government don't need to reduce for them tax for them pay to the government. That does not make any sense. So the tax reform should mostly benefit the poorer folks, the people who are making less money. How does it benefit you if you are not making $2 million a year for the government to reduce the income tax to 15%? How does it benefit you? How does that benefit you? It doesn't. So what are you talking about? Clearly, the higher threshold would benefit more poor people. It is just common sense. You don't even need to do any math. Most of us in the world of work, because remember, the government brags about creating, and I know because I've worked in the hotel sector, and I have worked in the hotel industry for 18 years. And during that 18 years, I was making anywhere between $1 million and $1.3 million per year for 18 fucking years. So what are you talking about? And most of the people were making less than me because I was more qualified than a lot of them. So if me qualified and I make $1.5 million, you can just imagine the bellhops. Of course, we not count them tips and so we them get from guests because that are no pay. We attack official pay. Imagine the bellhops and the bartenders and the waitresses and the housekeepers. They're making way less, and the telephone operators and the cleaners and whatever. So what are you talking? So most of the people, so you have a lot of people who are employed in the tourism sector and in the BPO sector, and they're not making any money. The call center agency people who answer the phone when people call and cuss them out, right? They're making like $90,000 a month, $70,000 a month. When I went to do an interview at Teleperformance, I think in 2022, it was $77,000 a month. They were paying $77,000 a month. And that was the highest because I was so qualified. I was getting the higher end of the $77,000 per month, and this was in 2022. And if you do sales, you make $580 an hour. You can do the math and figure out how much that is. So people are not making $2 fucking million. Most of the people, the bulk of the people who are employed, are not making $2 million per year. So how does the 15% tax benefit them? That is the question I'm asking. So when you don't come and attack and I say, oh, me a PMP or whatever, I am just looking at the facts. I am not for any party. And, in case you don't need to know, I voted 2 times in my life. And the 2 times me vote for the JLP. I voted for Bruce Golding in 2007. And I voted for Andrew Holness in 2016 when he did the 1.5 million. That was why I voted for the 1.5 because PMP went upon some bullshit about it can't be done and blah blah. I never make no fucking sense. So I vote for Andrew in 2016 when him do the $1.5 million increase in the income tax threshold. So like, what the fuck are you talking about? I've never voted for the PNP because me not that all. I became eligible to vote in 2007. So, like, I don't understand these people. Like, every time you come and you try, and this is, I want to go and get fucked. Because when people come and I try to make you understand what is happening, you tumble down upon them and you start. So if me a big up PMP, if me a big up JLP, me is a PNP plant. If me a big up PNP, me is a, like, so what are we, so we're not supposed to say anything about politics. Time come. I'm not for the bullshit. So no come for me life, come chat no bumbo clad foolishness because me is not the one or the fucking two. You understand? Because me never go to school go waste my parents' money. No, but I am speaking, I don't know. I know in Kingston is a little bit different because Kingston money kind of little bit turn up. But down here, so, we part me there, me know for a fact. Because when I started to work in 2004, I was the highest person paid on the front desk. I was a front desk agent in 2005. And I was making $33,000 per month. I was the highest paid. The reason why I was the highest paid was because I did the relief night audit. And they paid night premium. Do $33,000 a month. And see how much a year that. Work it out. This is in the hotel. And I was the highest. And this is front desk. Highest paid on the front desk. So if I am on the front desk, you know, say, maintenance got a little bit more than us. So you know, say, all of the dining room staff, they might get less money. All of the housekeeping staff, they might get less money. All of the general cleaners are getting less money. So do the fucking math. In 2009, I was making $17,000 a fortnight. Front desk. $17,000 a fortnight. Front desk. Do the maths. Work it out. It's 26 bi-weekly period in the year. So do the 17,000 times 26 and you will get how much me get for the fucking year. And this is front desk. So it simply means a telephone operator get less money than me. All of the housekeeping people might get less money than me. Bellhop I get less money than me. Cleaners I get less money than me. Work out the bumbo clap maths. And this is in the hotel sector. In 2016, when I got my degree, I was making $1.3 million per year. $1.3 fucking million per year. How does this tax proposal where the JLP come up with that go benefit you? When I left in 2021, I was making 1.8 and I was the highest paid. At $1.8 million, I was making more than the front desk supervisor. Don't ask me how me know, but me know. In 2021, when I left, I was making $1.8 million per year. And I was making more than the front desk supervisor. I was a night auditor. So me I make more than the front desk agent. They were making, I think, 1.3 or something like that. I was making more than the bellhops. I was making more than the reservations agent. I was making more than the telephone operators. All of the cleaners, bartenders were making more than all of them. $1.8 fucking million. So how does the JLP reducing the income tax rate from 25% to 15% benefit the bulk of the people who are working in this fucking country? Explain that to me. I'm in the BPO sector. I just left this month, August 16. I was making $1.98 million. $1.98 million. And I was making more than some of the people, more than the people when we go see. So people who did it for 10 year, 8 year, 9 year, I was making $1.98 million. Some of them I make 1.3, 1.5, 1.7, 1.6. This is in the BPO fucking sector. And I just left August 16, 2020 fucking 5. How does the 15% benefit us? I remember this is where the bulk of the employment is in tourism and BPO. So all the bumbo clat here companies come tell me say me work for PMP. How it does the 15% benefit us? It is not going to benefit us because we're not making $2 million. We are not making $2 million. So like, what are you talking about? Me no want nobody companies to come tell me say me I work for no. I'm not working for anybody. Because if I was working for anybody, you would have seen me with my PMP shirt and you'd have tell us me I support PMP. I am not voting. What you say, Everton? No, sir. I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying, at the end of the day, what we have to to look at is the bulk of the people who are working. Remember, we just saw, I think it was last year, where Royalton workers them went a protest for more pay. And I don't remember I think it was the hotel, but there were several protests in the hotel sector for better pay and working. So I am not making this thing up. People are not making any money. So when we're looking at the tax reform, we have to look at it from the perspective of who is it benefiting the most. So when you are going to reduce the income tax from 25% to 15%, who is that benefit? It is not benefiting. You make I have 194 people now. How many of you make $6 million per year? Because that would benefit you if you're making $6 million if you're making between $3 million and $6 million, you are benefiting. Because you're getting back 10% of your, that's a lot. Go into Excel right now, and it's just a pity say, you know, because me just not like don't make me ignorant. Don't make me ignorant. Go in an Excel and put in the figures, and you can see the difference. If you are not making that amount of money, you are not benefiting. The point of the tax reform is to benefit the poor. That because you don't need to be introducing tax reform for rich people, them good. They don't need any help from the government. Why would the government be putting a burden of $90 billion on itself where it have to go figure out how to get it just so that rich people can pay less tax? That don't make no fucking sense. So it must be for poor people. It has to be for workers who are, struggling to make ends meet. You say, okay, we want to put back a little bit of money in our pocket. That's the point. So if you're rich, why would the government be trying to help you? That don't make no sense. Help you with what? You're good. Your money don't tall up already, so why me? I go now put burden upon the taxpayers, because remember, you're going to have to figure out where you're going to get that extra. Because if you're saying, okay, $90 billion per year going to cost if we reduce the income tax threshold from 25 to 10%, you're going to have to figure out where you're going to get that $90 billion from. Why would you do that for rich people? That doesn't make any sense. So at the end of the day, the tax relief is supposed to mostly benefit the poorer set of people. That's just the long and short of the story. So we are trying now to figure out, okay, that's not my whatchamacallit. That is not my, I didn't come up with that figure, the 90 billion. Is Damian Crawford said that is what some other, I don't know, either the people must start in or whatever. Somebody come up with the figures. That's what he's claiming. I don't know. Because remember, the only way for you to know, you'd have to know how many people are making what money between whichever income bands. They did not give us that information. But he's saying somebody crunched the numbers, and the $2 million plus the 15% would cost 90 billion, and the 3.5 would cost 55 billion. That's what he said. So these are not my figures. I don't know what it is because I don't have the employment numbers and people's pay to work out the information. Of course, the government would have that information. I think Faval did say something to that effect. Faval said something, because remember they did a debate on the 23rd, and Faval did spoke about it. $25 to $30 billion. Yeah, but that don't make no sense. That does not make any sense. A 10-point reduction in GCT, and you say that's going to cause $25 billion. That don't make no sense. That does not make any sense. Remember, you have to use, remember, a percentage reduction is greater than a dollar amount. Percentage would always be greater than a dollar amount. Because the higher you go, if I say, okay, 3.5 million and you cut it so, it's just that people who are making 3.5 million that won't pay any tax. But if I now reduce the income tax rate and say everybody pay tax, because this is, it's so very difficult to talk to people where, anyway, uno where decides to undone, so I'm going to stop listening to it because I can't bother with the fuckery. If you're making $1 and somebody's making $100 million, and the government says, okay, well, everybody has to pay tax, and we're going to charge 50%, right? The tax rate, the income tax rate is 50%. If you're making $1, you have to pay 50 cents in tax. If somebody's making $100 million, they pay 50 million in tax, but them still have $50 million. You won't go at 50 cents. So how is that fair? You're making $1, you have to pay 50 cents out of your dollar in a tax. A man make $100 million and him pay $50 million, but him still have $50 million, so him good. So who is worse off? The person who has 50 cents or the person who has $50 million? Me just feel to say, uno just go out and uno buy the dunces. Me no feel to say uno naturally dunce. Uno go out and uno buy the blood clot dunceness. Because uno insistent on being dunce. Because dunce can natural so. Me no think nobody naturally dunce. So at the end of the day, you have to, who is worst off? Is it the rich person or the poor person? That is how you look at it. But if the government says anything below $3 million, there is no tax, you go home with your full dollar. You see the difference? On the percentage point, you, the person making $1 would end up with 50 cents. The person making $100 million would end up with $50 million. But if the government said anything below 3 million, there is no tax. The person making $1 goes home with the full dollar. Whereas the person with the $100 million would have $3 million tax-free and $97 million, they would pay 50% tax on that. So yes, they would pay 97, they would pay 40-something million dollars in taxes, so they'd pay a little bit less tax. But at the end of the day, the person where not making enough money would have go home with the whole of their money. So they would be better off, right, because they are now benefiting in a meaningful way. That's all we're saying. So you have, it's like you don't have no reasonability. Okay, how them go and finance it's the same thing. See how the JLP go and finance the 2 million threshold plus the 15%, which is costing the there is no way you can look at the proposal and say the JLP one is not more costly. That don't make no fucking sense. Even without crunching any numbers. Any way you want to slice it, the JLP's proposal has to cost more. Because people who are making more money will be paying less taxes. It is just that simple. It has to cost more because you're looking at a 10-point reduction in the GCT rate. That no need you. It is just on the face of it. You can just look at the face of it and say, this one seems a bit more expensive. You don't need to get the facts. You don't need to get the information. You don't need to work out anything. Just it's a 10-point reduction in the GCT rate. Obviously, it has to cost more. Because remember, you know, what the PMP is proposing, remember we are already at 1.7 million anyway. So you're looking at the difference between the 1.7 and the 3.5. That is what it would be costing the government. Like, how can we? Oh my God. I don't. What is wrong with us? Like, what is wrong with us? You're looking, remember, right now, the income tax threshold is at 1.7 million. What it's more than what just because we can't better. $1.7 million. You're looking at the difference between 1.7 and 3.5. Right? That is what it will be costing the government. The difference between 1.7 and 3.5. What it will be costing the government is a 10% reduction on income earned between $2 million and $6 million. How does that not make, just thinking about it logically, how is it that you don't see where a 10% reduction between $2 million and $6 million would be more than the cost between 1.7 and $3.5 million? Because the fact that you're gone, we are $6 million, come on, it has to cost more. It has to cost more. You don't even need to crunch the numbers to see that on the face of it, the JLP's plan is going to cost the government more. Okay, fine, if Fair Valley is saying it's going to cost them $30 billion, the JLP will cost them less. The PMP will cost them less. It's just that simple. There's no way it's not going to cost them less. It's the equivalent of you saying 5% of $2 million is greater than 5% of $6 million. That don't make no fucking sense. It doesn't. If somebody comes to you and asks you, is 5% of $2 million greater than 5% of $6 million? You don't need to work it out. You're going to know automatically that 5% of $6 million has to be greater than 5% of $2 million without you working anything out. It's a no-brainer. I don't need to do the calculation. I know that 5% of $2 million is less than 5% of $6 million. Full stop. We don't need to have a debate about it. So why are we pretending as if, we walk out of the street and we go to the supermarket, go buy bumbo class, don't and come fit, throw display and brag and boast to people, say, yeah, me buy me dance and it fully turn up. This is not to entreat you to vote for anybody. That is not what I am trying to do. I was merely looking at the manifesto. I was merely looking at the proposal. No, I am concerned. I am concerned about the PMP's last minute because I need to ask Mark Golding this question. I sent the question to the Debates Commission. I hope to God that them read out the question tonight because I will be live streaming the debate. I sent the question to Mark Golding. So uno tag him and send it to him. I hope they ask it to Mr. Golding tonight. What was the question? So my question to Mark Golding is, Mr. Golding, in 2016, your party opposed raising the income tax threshold to $1.5 million. In your 2025 manifesto, there is no mention of moving the income tax threshold. Yet, days before the election, you promised to move it to $3.5 million. Jamaicans need to know when this would take effect, and whether it will be phased in or immediate. Can you give a clear answer tonight? Because I have not heard them say how them go and do the increase. Is it going to be in one go where you come in and one day them say, okay, income tax threshold is $3.5 million effective, whatever. Or is it going to be phased where, okay, in 2026 it's going to move to 2.5, in 2027 it's going to move to 2.8, yada yada. Like, how are you going to do it? Because they have not explained that to us. Them just say 3.5. And I feel like them just draw the figure they out of them behind hole because them hear the JLP say, yo, them are going to drop income tax rate from 25% to 15% and raise the minimum wage and merge the income tax threshold to $2 million. I feel say them realize to say at that Andrew did use and winning at, because that's why I voted for Andrew in 2016. The 1.5. That's why me vote for Andrew in 2016. It was the 1.5. Me never vote for no other reason. Because PMP when I chat some bullshit. But oh, it can't work and blah blah. And me say bullshit to no depend. So me vote for Andrew. And they know that Andrew won in 2016 because of the 1.5. And they never have no intention to raise the income tax threshold. But Andrew are run pan that ras right now. And I say, yo, a $2 million we are carry to, and we are going to drop down the rate to 15%. So them have to come with something. I feel like it's a political gimmick. Notwithstanding the fact that theirs is cheaper. So I don't want to know for you to send me over here so they support PMP. I'm not supporting anybody. I am saying Mark Golden need to answer why they come up with the $3.5 million out of because if you not go read their manifesto right now, that's not in there. It is not in their manifesto. It was not a policy decision that they took. So it begs the question, why? Humility, you can't release manifesto and hide things, my brother. We have to work after what them put out in the public domain. We have to work off. I can't know say them when I plan to do this, but they never want jail PT. Me go know that. What is threshold? When you work, the government levies tax on your income. So the threshold is a portion of your income that the government reserves as tax-free. That means you pay absolutely no tax on it. So you don't pay NIS, you don't pay NHT, you don't pay... That's how you go. You don't pay PAYE. Let me just, I think that's it. You don't pay income tax. So on that portion of your income, you do not pay any income tax. So that's what we call the threshold. So when they calculate your pay, they would take out the threshold component so that the money that you get fully in your pocket. And whatever is left, they would tax it. That's what the threshold means. It's that portion of your income that the government does not tax. Okay? I hope that wasn't too confusing. So that is really what we're having the conversation about. But as with any conversation involving politics in Jamaica, which is why we are royally fucked for the past 63 years, because Jamaicans refuse to have a conversation about where the country is supposed to be going and what we expect of our government. Because if you come and you say, boy, Andrew should really have stepped down, turn over the leadership of the party to somebody else because his finances have not been certified by the Integrity Commission, then I go say, and he said, but you can't have a person running the country and nobody know when getting money from. That don't make no fucking sense. That has not happened anywhere. But if you say that, so we cannot have a conversation about basic decency and basic fact because, well, if you point out the obvious, if it make whichever party the person supports look bad, then I'm going to say you are an agent of the other party. I don't get paid to be on social media. When I go live, do you see me telling you to tap or I don't know what you see? You ever see me come on live, I beg? Have you ever seen me on live begging anything or asking people for anything or going live with people for fuckery? I don't do that. Me not go live with nobody. I don't, because at the end of the day, if I'm going to go live with somebody, there has to be a reason. Me not go just come live for come live sake. Me have to have something to say. And generally, when I come on live and I have something to say, I at the very least do some basic research so that at the end of the day, what I am saying is grounded in some fact and reality. Me not just come live because me want taps and roses or whatever the hell them do over here. I don't do that shit. You understand? Because I don't believe in exploiting people. It is not in my spirit to do so. And when I speak, I try to speak as fairly as I can. Of course, that would be based on the information that you have available to you. Because of course, if you are wrong and you don't know that you're wrong, it's not that I have no malicious intentions. Right? I have absolutely no malicious intentions. I am speaking based off what I hear both the JLP and the PMP says. And if what them are saying don't make no sense to me, of course I have a right to ask questions. I have a right to investigate what they're saying and see if it makes any sense. Now, what I would like to see happen, right, because I realize that there is this kind of, this is the problem, and this, I think, I don't know where to put the blame, because like I said, I shouldn't be the one to come and be saying these things. You should have these experts in UWI, at UWI, because UWI is the top notch, whatever. You should have a professor from UWI in economics or whatever come out and explain the manifesto to we and tell you which one of them makes sense, and not have a partisan view. Which one is going to cost the government more? Is it the 3.5 or is it the 15%? And show us the numbers. Explain it to us so that we can understand, so we can know which one of them. Because the thing is, the JLP is going to come out and say, if it makes sense, because obviously they are the one proposing it, they're not going to tell you no otherwise. The PMP is going to come out and say, if it makes sense. And then people, there is no balanced perspective. There's nobody in the middle saying, no, the two of them are chat fuckery. This is the truth. And that is the problem in Jamaica. We have nowhere to turn for credible information. When the government comes out and says something, nobody is fact-checking the government. The news run with it, and if the government chat fuckery, we don't know. Because there is no one double-checking the government's figure. When Andrew they talk about crime and violence, just use the crime rate as an example. And I would like everybody on this live, right, to go to Google and type in how to lie with statistics. PDF. And download that and read it. Because remember, statistics is data. Data and information are not the same thing. You interpret data into information, and information is what you process and use. Data by itself no mean nothing. Someone has to put the data into perspective. Someone has to convert the data into information, and it is in that interpretation that the shenanigans go on. So when they're looking at, oh, crime was reduced by whatever, it's like, okay, what does that mean? Because what they're trying to do is they look at very short, oh, in the last month there was no crime. Okay? But is that a fair assessment? What you would have to do is look, the JLP has been in power for 9 years. We would have to look at the average rate of murders in the country over the last 9 years. And then look back to a 9-year period of the PNP and compare them and see which one is better. If I have done the math, if you go back to 1980, you go back 40 years. 40 years would be 1985. If you go back 40 years and you look at the rates of crime in terms of murder, because that's what we use, murder, number of murders per year, and you do the calculation, Jamaica has had the bloodiest periods under the JLP. That is a fact. You go to the Jamaica Constabulary Forces website, they have the murder rates. It's on there. The murder rate. I don't remember how far back they go, but I think they go back to the 80s. You can pull down the information, I think in PDF. You can pull down the information, drop it in Excel, then you look at who was in power those years. It's on the Office of the Prime Minister's website, the different Prime Ministers and their terms. Crunch the numbers, average them out, and see who was averaging the most murders. The bloodiest period that we had was under Bruce Golding. Bloodiest. And everybody knew what happened. We had the Tivoli Gardens incursion when the US sent Fidudus and fuckery did go on. We're not looking behind Jerry. If the Prime Minister is saying they have the best crime statistics, how are you going to assess that, Jerry Stewart? Tell me, because me are the dons. How are we to assess in 2025 the Prime Minister's assertion that they have the lowest period of crime and violence in the country? Tell me how you go and do that without looking at the past. Tell me that, Jerry Stewart, because me a proper dunce. Me ain't go to school for this. So explain to me how you go do that. What are you going to compare it to? Because if you're saying you are the best, we'd have to look, you have to compare it to something, because how are you going to know that? You can't just say that there has to be another variable that you are using to compare. So how you go, if the Prime Minister is saying that unemployment has been the lowest under his thing, how are you going to assess whether or not that is true without looking at the previous administration? Explain that. Let me know. When you say don't look back in the past, when we're talking about economic statistics, you have to look at the past. Because how are you going to know if you're doing well if you don't look at what was happening before? Kenisha, what do you mean if the government cast? What kind of fuckery question that? What about 80 factor? Do you even know why 80 is in the state that it is in? Huh? What is this? Oh my God. What is this gentleman saying? So you'd rather earn 1.7? Sir, the figures don't have nothing to do with how much money you actually are going to earn, you know. It don't mean that the government go pay you 3.5. I know that's the meaning of my lad. It don't mean that the government is going to pay you, or it's going to make sure that them pay you 1.7. That's not what it means. It has nothing to do with your ability to earn. That's not what it is talking about. It is saying if you're working for somebody and they're paying you $1.7 million, they're not going to take out any. That's what it mean to say your company will have to go pay you $3.5 million. That's not what it means. Why you say 3.5 can't work, Steve? JLP. So we know say you bias because you come with you don't have JLP in your name already. So at the end of the day, we have to ask Jesus and his 12 disciples if we are chatter fuckery. Why you say the 3.5 can't work? Because you can't just make a statement and you're not back. Why you say it can't work? The one where they asked about 80. 80 has been oppressed by the French since 80 gained its independence. The French decide, say, you have to pay with her. That's what, so what you see happening in 80 now is not, 80 has been in a revolution, a civil war from 80 gain independence till 2025 now. Not because of the Asians themselves, but because the French government, because France is very racist. I don't know why people support France in like sports and whatever. They are, to this day, 80 is paying them for their independence. And what happens is they decided to make an example out of 80. Them decide say 80 can blood clot prosper. We are going to show the world say this is what happens when you come from under the boot of the oppressors. So what is happening is they have the Bill Clinton and his wife go over there and farm charity, and they hire these people to come and cause chaos, them pushing the guns and the stuff. Just like how the CIA carry the guns in Jamaica and train the gangs. You can look it up online. they eventually declassified the documents. So that is what is going on in Haiti right now. So the crime and violence we say are going over Haiti now have nothing to do with the Haitians themselves. It is outside parties fueling the crime and violence, just like how Israel pay Hamas for carry on with fuckery out in Gaza and I say, oh, you know, we have to bomb the Palestinians because we have to protect ourselves. They are the ones doing it. They are the ones funding Hamas, the CIA, and the Mossad and AIPAC. Just so them can use it as an excuse to take over the Palestinian land and kill off the Palestinians. It's the same thing going on in Haiti. So you have to know your history. Like, you can't compare Haiti to Jamaica. We have not had any period of civil unrest. Haiti has been having a period of civil unrest before me and you ban. So we can't compare Haiti. So I'm not sure why we would compare Haiti to Jamaica. If I'm going to look at how Andrew Holness is performing, we have two parties. We have the JLP and the PNP. So I would have to compare his performance to previous PNP administrations. Why would I go all the way to Haiti to compare Andrew to Haiti? That don't make no sense. Because what going on in Haiti no affect we? How Haiti are run for them country, how that is going to impact us here in Jamaica? That don't make no sense. I'd have to come, we are vying for two people are coming and say, vote for me. And we are deciding who to vote for. So we'd have to compare the JLP to the PNP. Why would I be comparing the JLP to another country? Because I'm not voting for the other country. I am voting for either the JLP or because these are the two options that we have. So I'd have to look at both of them, hear what they must say, see which one of them make more sense to me, see which one of them will have the greater impact on the economy and overall benefit. It is no secret that under the JLP, while the country flourishes, we, the poorer set of people, don't really see it. Yo, the economy is growing, but you're still broke. So while the economy is growing, who is benefiting? The rich people. It's just that simple. That is not a secret. That is evident in the society. Jamaica is doing well. The hotels are doing well. How which hotel you ever you say lockdown because nothing go on? None. But the workers still live in a rent house and can barely afford for them. They have to eat at the hotel. So like what are we talking about? Me have to get me point out because we can't just focus on comment section with distract you. So you talk what you want to talk and then when you need to bring up another point, then you can look at what the comments is saying. But I needed to get the 80 because somebody asked about 80 and I was saying 80 is a special case because France has decided that 80 gain their independence. It's like if somebody sell you a car, right, but the engine mash up, the mileage almost run out penny, and them go to every mechanic and say when the carrier come in your shop, make sure say you know fix it. So guess what? As long as you have that car, it will never fucking work. That is what France has done to Haiti. Haiti is not a bad country. Haiti is poor because Haiti is being made poor. Haiti is being systematically oppressed by foreign powers. And then go in and pretend to them and help. Because remember, Google it as we speak, the UN went to Haiti and spread cholera and killed off mostly 36,000 people. The United Nations. And for years, I think it was in 2010, for years, they have been getting them to admit it. And I think it's just recently, them say, oh, well, yeah, we did that, sorry, I moved on. Google it. The United Nations went into Haiti and spread cholera, kill off mostly 36,000 people over there. We have to be in, it's 2025 and everybody have a phone with internet money. So we can't be ignorant, and then when people attack, we are trying to cow them down and say, oh, them are agent or whatever. Come on. If what I am saying to you is triggering, the internet is there. Let me see if what he's saying make any sense. We're looking at the 3.5, we're looking at the 15%, whatever. You can, ChatGPT is there now, and it have a free version. Drop it in there and ask it which one you think make more sense, which one would be cheap. You can do that. Claude AI free too, Gemini free. Why are we having this conversation? Drop it in a chat GPT, drop it in a Claude, drop it in a one of these AI thing and ask it to tell you which one make more sense, who it is it benefiting lower class people or upper class. You can do, you don't need to listen to what me say. Because for all you know, me could have chat for free too. So I don't why is it that the more we move into the information age, the all of them free, Sadiq. The all of them free. All of these AI models, you can use them for free. Especially even the pan WhatsApp. Lambda did they know? Pan WhatsApp. If you have WhatsApp on your phone, you have one AI sitting where you can click on it and say what you want to say. And are free. It's like the more we move into the information age, is the dumber people become. You don't need to listen to what me I say. The manifesto, the two manifesto are there. Drop it in a notebook LM and ask it any question where you want to ask it. Unfortunately though, because the PNP no have the 3.5 in the manifesto, you might have a little problem. Because it is not in the manifesto. That's the problem with the PNP's proposal. It is not in their manifesto. But you can drop it in a notebook LM and make notebook LM prompt it to do an analysis of both and see which one have the better proposal. You don't need to listen to me, brother. Drop the two. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do that. I am going to do that today and post it on my YouTube channel. Drop it in a notebook LM and make notebook LM tell you which one of them have the better proposal, and then probably can do a comparison and like economy, labor, infrastructure, whatever, and make the two AI chat it, box it out and hear what them have to say. You don't have to listen to me fear you have to say PMP or pay me. Nobody can pay me. And nobody can pay me if you can't lie to Jamaican people. Nobody can pay me if a company internet can't lie to me. I ask, I tell me that nobody can pay me if a company internet can't lie to Jamaican people. Because at the end of the day, if me Jamaica that much me that left, and of US, me can move to the United States of America right now, go live and become a citizen. I could have moved to Canada. I did part of my degree in Canada. And when we were leaving, there was a panel. We did an exit interview and they asked us if we wanted to live there. And I'm like, no. Because for the 3 weeks when we went up there was just people just not chat to you. And me can't live a place where the people them a walk with the whole head of bush. And when they see them a walk, tear down the bank inside like I said in Friday. Me can't live at them the place there. I can move to England if I want. But me not leaving. As much as we not get no pay or whatever. This is my country. And I've traveled overseas. And them the place we mad you. I know a lot of Jamaicans leave. I guess if you're broke, if you're really poor and destitute, them way they find left, but me no broke the way they. Me know that desperate way. It is better for me to leave Jamaica. My standard of living would go down if I move to live overseas. It would go down. At least for a while. Than how I am living here now. I know if me yet to know that much, me would have left. I can leave and go live in another country if I want. I can. I have people who are willing right now if me want to go them like, because they've been a try to invigorate me if he left. But I'm like, I don't know. I rather stay in Jamaica. I like my country. We are free, the air is clean, the food is natural, because the food are the biggest thing. Because you go foreign, I be a GMO blood clot food, and me up in a age now, next me have cancer and kicky bucket. Me not play them the game there. Me not play no game with my life and my age. You go live foreign a fake food there, and you go and put you in the grave early. So that is one of the reasons too why I'm like, I'm not leaving Jamaica, go no US go live, because they will have them food fake. Next thing you know, me up the 5 years, me have a sort of complaint when nobody can pussy clad fix. The PMP cannot pay me to come in here and lie to anybody. If me could I get catch, I wouldn't be on here talking. I would be living the life. I promise you that. If I could be bought, me that buy a long time. You would know about me. I wouldn't be on the internet talking to anybody. If you look on my channel, look and see what I talk about.
Stuff that gets you banned. Stuff that gets your account flagged for misinformation and disinformation and conspiracy. You go on Instagram, Truth Media, Unheard Truth, Unheard_Truth1, and look where me post pandy. Go on my channel now and see where me post. I don't post things where anybody go and pay me for nothing. What I am posting are stuff that they more fi kill you than pay you fi come lie to people. I'm not an NPC. Nothing that I post. Everything when I post kick against the system. Fighting against the system. So why would they pay me? They probably pay me for shut up, but they wouldn't pay me for come here because me not do it. So the JLP or the PMP can't pay me for come here to tell nobody nothing. No, if they want to pay me to give their side of the story, fine, that's different. That, you know, as opposed, if they're having a conversation with me and we're broadcasting, whatever, fine, that's different. They are trying to reach my viewers to give their side of the story. That's not the same thing as them paying me for company as a chat fuckery. Nobody can pay me if compromise my integrity, because if you are for sale, then you have no integrity. You will do anything. If a man can pay you to do something that is against your morals or values, you don't have none. Full stop. If I could be bought, I can promise you, I probably will be one of them in a politics now we're not about. If I could be bought, me probably have some big position in a government right now. But I am not for sale. I am not for sale. I am not looking to win in this system. Because people don't understand the world that we live in. You can't in a L and want win in a L. That don't make no sense to me. Because how are you going to escape? If you are in the devil's playground winning, how you go escape? Me not like somebody explain that to me, because the whole we claim say we're religious. Although we not go to church, which are by belief when it is convenient. So my question to you is, if you're winning while you're in hell, how are you going to escape? I know where I am. This is hell. Me no want win here. So nobody can buy me. Nobody can force me to come say things where me no believe in her. And I'm not going to come here and give a one-sided view of anything. If there is a topical issue, I will address the issue, and I'll address it as fairly as I can. At the end of the day, we have not seen an independent party come out and give a review of the manifestos. We have not seen that. This income tax reform needs to be addressed by a competent third party who no have no skin in the game. But we have not seen that. And all I am saying to you is, on the face of it, the JLP's plan benefits the rich. We don't need to say it benefits the rich. It benefits the rich, and it is more costly. Because if it benefits the rich, it must be more costly. It's like a no-brainer. Who is this? Classmate, who is this? Who is this? Which institution? Which institution? Which institution? So the thing is, my thing is, just by deductive reasoning, because remember, you can just use context clues and deductive reasoning to arrive at a reasonable conclusion. Oh, Wagwan! Wagwan Brown! It's been a while. So, if I am saying that, okay, I am looking, because this is, to me, this is, because like I said, I voted for the JLP in 2016 because of the income tax thingy. I'm just saying, that's why I voted, because it made sense. I read their manifesto, and I read the PMP's manifesto. In 2016, the PMP manifesto never made no sense to me. When I talk about, me never see how that when I go benefit me. Me never see how that when I go push the country forward. And me said not a ras. And I voted for Andrew. And I think Andrew did a good job. I think Andrew did a good job. Where I have a problem now, and this has been a malady that has afflicted Andrew Holness from the beginning. We're going to go back to 2010. We're going to go back to 2010 when Bruce Golding resigned. You can correct me, I don't remember the year exactly. When Bruce Golding resigned and gave the prime ministership to Andrew, Andrew come out like say, him and Queen Elizabeth a family and in command with the dictatorship bullshit. And we say Andrew Nataras. And we vote him out and vote in Portia. You remember? Andrew was on some arrogant bullshit. Pulling them out of public school, put them in a private school and one and come and go and like attack down to it like I say we are boy yeah. Then we say no man, but it's a bumbo money out and other. You is very bright. You're fresh and facey. So we vote him out and vote in Portia. You remember good. And he humbled himself. Thank you, Sadiq. He no change. You are very Andrew Conway, and come with humility and supplication in a 2016 to Pussyclat. And we say, oh, it is a new Andrew. It is a changed Andrew. And we vote him in. For several, I'm talking about why I voted. I read the manifestos. I read the JLP's manifesto and I read the PNP's manifesto. And we had a reverse. The PNP became arrogant. Portia said she and do no blood clot debate in this. You remember? Portia said she and do no debate. And they went focused on Andrew house. Remember? They went focused on Andrew must $58 million house. You remember? And we were saying, Portia, yes, we know so we are talking about Andrew house, but we want to see the debate because we want the foolishness. Because you know so we love fuckery. As Jamaicans, we love the fuckery. So we are saying, Portia, go and go at the debate. We know you're goodly lose, but we're going to have a laugh and we're going to vote for you anyway. Because they didn't plan to vote for Andrew, you know. They didn't plan to vote for Andrew. Had Portia had that debate, Portia would have won. But Portia decided to say, no girl and no boyfriend, no blood clot where can make she do that. And we say, oh, so you're going to, okay, watch around your nastiness. Why I voted for Andrew in 2016, I read his manifesto. I read the PMP's manifesto. And the JP manifesto will make more sense to me. It had more in there from my perspective at the time that would benefit the struggling person in Jamaica. So remember they moved the income tax threshold was at 500,000 and they moved it from 500 to 7.9 to 700,000 and then from 700,000 to 1.5 or something like that, right? So, and that kind of made sense, right? So we say, okay, that makes sense. And he was humble. Andrew was very humble. And I think he sufficiently explained, at least from my perspective, how he built the house. Because remember, that was a big thing, the house. That was 58 million or whatever the case might be. And how Andrew went dash out one spreadsheet with a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, to me, it satisfied my curiosity as to how, me never know if I like Sadiq, me just say at the time it will make sense to me. Right? At the time, it did make sense to me. And so it wasn't an issue for me. His, their manifesto was better in terms, from my, oh, me not talk about nobody, me just talk for me personally. It will make more sense to me. The income tax threshold was one of the biggest drivers behind my decision to vote for Andrew. Right? Andrew did him thing. Plus, remember, I think it was Peter Bond, when Peter Bunty went to talk about we need divine intervention. That one pissed me off. Because I'm going to fuck you, the Minister of National Security, and talk about divine blood clot intervention. Are you stupid? So, it was a bunch of stuff that The PNP had become complacent in their handling of the economy, and I don't believe that they were managing the affairs of the country well. Some may say, Andrew sound like in Japan some demon time. Me go and vote for Andrew. So I voted for Andrew. Andrew won, and he did what he said he was going to do with the income tax threshold. So that was one thing. But then Andrew became arrogant, so him revert to him original self, which is this cocky motherfucker. Him start showing true colors. So I didn't vote in 2020 because there was COVID and the polling station where them have me we are woy and me decide to say me now left my yard go go vote for nobody, me not doing it. Huh? Okay. I don't know if this is going to. It probably will kill my battery.
Yes, my brother. What's your name?
My name is Nicole.
Yes,
call me
Nico. Okay, Nico. Yeah, I say, because me like how you break down your thing, right?
Yeah.
But this brethren was asking me why me for proof say him
And
lie
was
about
lying
him
about the
house.
house. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, he need to prove where the money come from. Because at the end of the day, him get free money out of Olin, him get him money out of Cash Plus, and him get him money out of SSL, and in 2 taxi making millions. Me don't know no taxi man who have 2 taxi who make them millions. You understand what I say? And he were student debt. We ain't get the money for buy land of the house and skirt and Beverly Hills to buy. So forget about that now.
No,
Forget about
so
that.
hold on 1 minute. To the point that the person is asking you to prove that he lied. Because remember, he submitted something. I think he submitted some financials, and he showed how the house was financed, if I recall correctly. And we have to go back to the fact that he never had an incident with the Integrity Commission in terms of his finances. So we can now retroactively question it, right? Because if he was
But
passed
did
by
you
the
read?
Integrity Commission, we have to take it as read that he satisfied the Integrity
But
Commission.
did you read the affidavit that he brought that he wanted to strike out of the case that he lost the last time here? Did you read that affidavit? It showed you that he was lying all along. Showed
I
you.
didn't. It was a trove
Yeah.
of documents. It would not have been possible for one person to go through all of them.
No.
To
You see,
some
okay.
extent, I examined. I looked at really the findings and not so much the granular details of it. So I wanted to look
All
at
right, the
findings
affidavit,
together.
right? Okay, see the affidavit itself that he wanted some paragraphs to be striked out because he said it was malicious to him.
But wasn't this with respect to the law itself, in terms of the Integrity Commission's Act, that he's seeking to repeal certain sections of it?
No, that was the first case. We're
Okay.
talking about the case that he lost just a couple of weeks ago.
No, I have not seen that. I haven't seen
When he brought I forget the name of it's an affidavit. I forget the name of the fellow of the gentleman in the IC. It's a long thing coming way from 98. It itemized everything coming right down to now.
But wouldn't this be an indictment on the Integrity Commission to the extent that they would not have done their due diligence in the 2016 portion of the certification of the Prime Minister's finances?
Well, okay. Remember now, the Integrity Commission only came into being, I think, 2017, right? Because he's the one who set it up.
But weren't
Remember
they having to do? I can recall they had to do some disclosures. Man.
Yes, everyone had to do disclosure. But remember now, you put in a disclosure.
Was voluntary and not audited. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I think.
Okay.
That is what I think.
My
I think
memory is spotty on that. I know they had to declare some stuff, but I don't
yeah,
know under the
everyone.
conditions.
And like say, I know, I found way back when everybody had to declare their assets and things because that's what government thing go. You understand what I say? So at the end of the day, bro, they know are looking back now and everything and saying, but where you get this from, my youth? How you come by this? You were here. No, you're there. Well, you have to start explaining yourself. But what the Labourites have a problem with is that they think that the Integrity Commission have to prove. No, he has to prove where he get the money from. This is not outside here with the court of law.
Okay, so I understand. I have read, not substantially, the preliminary report that the Integrity Commission put for. I don't believe that it has been tabled, if I recall correctly. But they put out a report. It was like 100 pages or almost 200 pages.
Yeah.
Right? And I looked at they had some questions with respect to certain line items in what the Prime Minister submitted, and they were asking for source of funds. And then we look at the interplay between the Emerald, these companies that Andrew set up.
Right,
this one was
Emerald and
Imaging, and this one was blah blah blah. And so, Brittany, I'm talking about what I read from, because we have to go by what the Integrity Commission. They weren't saying that the Prime Minister did anything wrong, you know. This is what you guys need to understand. The Integrity Commission was not saying that the Prime Minister did anything wrong. The Integrity Commission was saying, okay, these amounts that you have, we are not seeing where you actually get the money from. That's a different thing. So
exactly, because at the end of the day, his salary was where his salary was the benchmark.
No, but you couldn't use the salary at the benchmark if he has businesses.
You have to, bro.
Sources. No, you can't.
Have to, bro.
No,
you have to use his salary plus what other investments he had.
Hold on. I had a similar situation when I submitted a visa application to the UK. On the application, they asked me what my current salary is. They didn't want any other information. Of course, on the thing, when I read the thing, it's like, if we didn't ask you for it, don't put it there. Right? But then after the fact, somebody has said, put everything there because these people are stupid. So I put my salary, but at the time, I had started working at my workplace for 1 year. So clearly, the money that I have would be from my previous employment, but they never asked about past employment. They only asked about the current employment. So of course, when I submitted what was in my bank account, they're like, but you understand, something is wrong here because there's no way you could have made all this money in 1 year time. It's like, duh, I didn't. I had previous employments and I had investments, but obviously they weren't asking me about investment. So to use the Prime Minister's salary as a benchmark would be foolhardy, because if the Prime Minister has stocks, investments, mutual funds, government paper, plus a business, why would you use this salary?
Yes, but according to the document, he stated that he got his money out of Olint, he got his money out of Cash Plus, and he got and he had two taxi and his taxi company. He stated all of that also. But what the commission is directly saying,
the taxi information would have been on the campaign trail. I don't recall that being a part of his.
No, man, that was from early 2000, brother. Early 2000. If you read the document the documents coming right now.
No, remember, I know.
Because I remember I said all in tandem thing that was way up in 2000.
Yeah, but
early 2000.
No. Hold on. We are talking about, because at this juncture, the Prime Minister's finances have not been certified, right? That is what is under scrutiny right now. And we're we're looking at the submissions that the Prime Minister has made to the Integrity Commission. And then we are looking at the questions that the Integrity Commission has raised with respect to those submissions. You can't go outside that frame of reference, because then it is speculation and we don't want to speculate. right?
But you have
We
to
have to
remember,
look
so
at
one of
what
the
was submitted and what the Integrity Commission is saying we could not verify. We have to keep within that frame of reference.
but you have to remember now, you know. You have to remember now, you know. Telling a lie is an offense to, you know.
But
So
how
if
would you,
when
but how would you know say I tell lie? You can't
hold
know.
on, hold on. So if you put in your if you put in your things them now, and when them look back and say, well, hold on, 10 years ago you put in this, well, it don't make no sense. Then if this, so when the Integrity Commission look at it, it say it no match up with what you said 10 years ago, and that's why them start look back now, you know. That's why they gone way back in 98 now, you know. That this
No, man.
2001,
Where
this
you get
2001.
this information from?
The report, read it, bro.
Which iteration? Because the report that I saw never have nothing.
My brother,
It
you
is
see the last
questioning
affidavit that he took. See the last affidavit that he took to court.
Which was when?
Get it and read it.
When was that?
Just a couple of weeks ago, man. He lost a case, man. The judge said him not striking out the two thing, and the affidavit was
No, but
was
remember
released.
what the Prime Minister took. Why the Prime Minister went to court to. I think there were two things that the Prime Minister was seeking. If the Prime Minister was saying that the Integrity Commission acted ultra vires outside of their authority, right? That was one of the charge. My battery.
That was the first case.
My battery is dying. I need to. Give me a sec. You can go ahead. I just need to switch around.
But that was the first case. We're talking about the last case that went to court here, so. The last case that went to Supreme Court that the judge said no, we will not strike it out.
Shit. Okay. Am I still on? Hear me?
Yeah, man, you're still on.
Okay, cool.
So the last affidavit here, take when you finish, if you have time in the day, look up that affidavit at the last case, and you will get more clarity on what the IC discovered through all of the filings for the past maybe 20 years. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, well, I can't speak to that because I just don't know. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You don't know that.
Latest information with respect to that. I'm going off of the.
But get away from that now.
Okay.
Get away from that because we were talking about Haiti. You know, say only Haiti alone is below us in growth. We haven't grown our economy here. The economy is growing at 1%. Their projection on the paper is 1% over 3 years. Right now, that's what they submitted on their paper. 1% over 3 years. These people are not growing the economy. They're growing their pockets.
Yeah, but
right?
We have to look at. Okay, so remember, I know when I make pronouncements on any particular topic, especially anything that affects Jamaica, I only look at it from a point of view of we, the Jamaican people. So you have to look at what is happening in the economy, right? Because remember, I know, it doesn't matter which government is in power. They have no control over the external forces. If Russia and Ukraine are war, government can't control that. If George Bush decides, not George Bush, if Donald Trump decides I'm going to take back BPO sector job, the government can't control that shit. So we have to look at the externalities, right? We have to look at that. And then we have to look at what is happening on the global scale. How is that impacting Jamaica, and what would be reasonable in respect of growth? Because remember, we are coming out of a recession. We're not coming out of a recession. We're in a recession. Coming from the COVID-19 lockdowns. So we can ask Andrew and say, oh, 1% is not enough. When if you're growing in a recession, that is something to be commended.
Well, that is projected, my brother. That is projected. They only grow 0.8%. 0.8% they grow. The economy grow 0.8. And we do not have an energy policy. We don't have an energy policy. our schools are in shambles. That means our children are not growing, and that is where we get our growth from.
Okay, but we all right. So
Education.
all right, one. Let us go back. Why do we not have an energy policy?
Remember, 2016. He said he was going to bring big power plants come in.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And now from 20 at cent per kilowatt, now it's at 40 at cent per kilowatt.
So what is the reason for that? What has caused that?
Ask them. Would I like to know? Because they don't have an energy policy. We go with this LNG thing. We not see all the LNG they help with. They did not invest in renewables.
Hold on.
They
Sadiq.
did not
Remember,
invest in
when we
renewables.
are all right. So if there is just to set a foundation, when you look at Jamaica since independence, right?
Yeah.
For the 63 years, when you look at governance, the JLP and the PNP has held the reins for the same amount of time. The
Yeah, but
only
30 years.
difference, hold on, the only difference is that the PNP had that 18-year period. That's the only difference in terms
That's
of
the only
governance.
thing.
They had a very
Right.
good stretch to get what they want to be done. But in terms of who held power the most, if you do the math, it's 50-50.
30 years, 50-50. 30 years, 30 years.
50-50, right?
Yeah,
So
50-50.
if we don't have an energy policy, right, I don't think it's a talking point for the PNP because it's like you ain't have
No, but look at it this way.
Why
Look
did you
at
not
no,
have an energy
no,
policy?
it's
Is
not a
that you had
talking
it
point,
and JLP come in and mess it up, or you never announced? So like, why didn't we have any? And why are you talking about that? We don't want to be throwing stones.
my brother. No, my brother. Remember, no. He knew we had an energy problem, although we were paying 20 odd cents per kilowatt back in 2016. He knew in order to grow, we have to have low energy because production deals with energy. Right?
How do we accomplish that when we do not control the price of oil? Because remember, the price of oil is being manipulated by regime changes.
What caused that? Let me tell you what
East.
caused that. Remember, we had a good thing with Venezuela, and because America followed
Venezuela
with
had
Venezuela,
hyperinflation in 2008 and that fuck up.
and because America followed with Venezuela, we have to follow with Venezuela too.
Yeah, but remember, Venezuela had but there was this hyperinflation that happened in Venezuela because they pegged the peso to the US dollar, and then that messed up the whole economy.
Bro, America destabilized Venezuela. That's just let me try going at right now. And they call the president a drug.
Yeah, but we understand that. So we
Let's
understand
not fool
the
ourselves.
United States of America has engaged in regime changes to control the Middle East and control the price of oil. So that is an uncontrollable variable.
But at the end of the day, bro,
the Jamaican government is concerned. Them can't control that. So how would we craft the energy policy?
Remember now, our oil used to come from Venezuela. We had a very good deal with Venezuela. That's why our electricity was that's why our oil was at a low point then. Then weekly come in and rob it up.
What do you mean rob it up? Explain that.
That's we're getting weekly in a cabinet. We're getting weekly in a cabinet. You know, most billions of dollars in rob up in the energy sector. You know, you never know about that.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. So
Yeah,
you have to substantiate that claim. You can't just make the claim and you don't.
No, it is public knowledge, bro. That's why
I don't
weekly
know.
is not.
But I'm saying
That
I
is
don't
why
know.
weekly is. That is why
evidence can
weekly.
you offer? I'm not saying like, oh, you're going to point to us just like.
I'm not
what
gonna. I
evidence
can't.
can
Not
you
off of the top
offer
of my
to-
head. I can't give evidence now. But if you Google it, it will
So
tell
was
you.
he under in when I say evidence? Was
Yes,
he
man.
under
Weekly
investigation?
is
Was he
still under
charged with anything?
investigation. Weekly is still under investigation.
Okay.
Just like Rural Read.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah,
okay.
man.
So I'll have to take for granted that is true because I don't know. Notwithstanding that, hold on. Notwithstanding that, we had a good thing with Venezuela. What prevented the Andrew Holness administration from going back to the table and inking out that deal?
No, remember now, you can't, if America tell you if you not deal with Venezuela, it's best you don't deal with Venezuela, then we deal with civilized country again too. We understand all of that. If
if you are
like what America is trying to do to India
now,
right now.
yeah, but we are trying to resolve the issue of why we don't have an energy policy. So if we are to blame the government, we have to show why the government is to be blamed. If you are suggesting, and I am agreeing with you, that the United States of America has strong-armed the Jamaican government, which I reasonably believe that they have, because Maxine Waters made comments in the public space to that effect, right? And I believe Kamala Harris, as the Vice President of the United States, made some comments about Jamaica, I think in 2023. We know that the US has its hand on the Jamaica economy, right? As a stranglehold. That is, well, it for the average Jamaican, they probably just don't know, but I know. So given that, we can then blame the government for say what, because if foreign powers are forcing you to do stuff that is to the detriment of your economy, then that is an issue in and of itself. So we want to get to the why. So what could Andrew have done to ensure that we have a better energy policy? I think we got a raw deal with the Korean
investing in renewables like wind farms and what you call it, solar. It could, you understand what I say?
I don't believe in wind energy. I think it costs more than.
But if it is, if you can get that extra 20%,
because we do have a lot of water here.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. But we don't have. You know what I'm saying? You could make a dam and try that. But at the end of the day, if you see that, if you just let JPS carrying oil that is expensive and it not gonna work, so you have to tap it up at a 10% there, so at a 20% here, so bring it up to and put on one next 2%, put in 2 more this, put in 2. None of that has went on.
Yeah, but remember, we have to be reasonable if we are going to be casting aspersions. We have agreed that under the PNP, there was a very good relationship between Jamaica and Venezuela with respect to oil. That is why the PNP was able to have a lower energy cost overall.
Yes, man.
Economy is concerned, because they had that deal.
Yes.
That deal no longer exists because of the meddlings of the United States of America. Right? So we can't blame the JLP for that, because it's not like them doing.
No, we're not blaming. What we are blaming him for.
So we have to know. So the comparison wouldn't be a fair comparison, because you had a favorable situation and one third party come in and fuck that up.
But what we are blaming him for is not is not advancing anything to keep it down. Which in his 2016 campaign, we are going to bring in the big electric companies and we're going to lower energy. That's what he said. And he had done nothing for energy. Nothing. Him not even put up one next wind farm.
So what
I
is
set
the
up
PNP
some,
going to
I
do
set
about
up one
it?
hydro, nothing, I set up nothing.
So what PNP go do about it?
We don't know yet. They're not telling we nothing. But if you want to have production, listen to me, son, my brother. Listen to me, son, brother. If you want to have production and growth, listen to my brother. If you want production and growth, you have to deal with energy. So the people have to have that going to. They have to think about that.
That is true. Yeah, but
if you want anything at all to do with production,
we are not. Yeah, but when you look across the board between JLP and PNP, as far as energy is concerned, right now in 2025 is really not better area, no better barrel. So make we move on from that. What is the next part?
Yeah, true. But you have some people in the comments that talk about we signed deal with GPS. If we signed deal with GPS, yes, but what deal are
you referencing?
Remember now?
What deal are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. We have a plant down at Rockfort, you know. Independent plant what GPS buy power from. And we have the wind farms. You understand what I say? So we have different entities where we can put in and lower. Because remember, you know, the oil, the price of the oil are the problem. That's why everything I go up. You understand what I'm saying?
But is it the price of the oil that is the problem, or is it the policy decision of the JPS with respect to how it chooses to finance its operations?
But at the end of the day, the
Because
JPS
remember,
are
you have a
doing
lot
what
of
it
people who are selling,
remember no, you know. Remember no, you
selling
know.
energy to
Remember no,
JPS.
my brother.
They have them. Hold on, they have the solar energy, and they sell the excess to JPS. And you're saying that it's an
Exactly. But remember,
independent
yes,
whatever
remember no, you
that
know, my brother.
also that JPS buys
JPS.
from. So I believe that JPS, in its policy, I don't think it has anything to do with the price of. Well, I don't want to say it don't have anything to do with the price of oil. Let me rephrase that by saying that it is the policy that JPS has that really drives, right, the cost of electricity more so than the price of oil.
Understandably so, but at the end of the day, JPS, the company or whoever owns it now, they have to spend money every day to renew their thing, make sure the lines are up, all of these peer workers. So them have to get back their money too. So even if we buy the thing, we still have to underline they don't come to the community and end up bushing and them thing there. And money spent.
Yeah, but me
So
no
you
really
can't say
understand
these
what to do
people,
with anything. These
you
are
can't want the
operating.
people to spend their money and don't make back their money.
Even if you put up wind, no matter where you put up, you're going to have to finance the operations. If you have wind
Exactly.
farm, them going to need
So
oil. Then
exactly.
you're going to have to maintain those. So, me no really I don't see how it's like a sunk cost. That is not relevant to the decision.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes, but at
Because
the end of the day,
remember when you're making decisions, right? When you're deciding between two projects, if you do what do you call it? What's this accounting? It's slips. When you're trying to you're going to look on the opportunity cost, right? Or the net present value. You're going to look at the net present value of project A versus project B, and there are certain sunk costs that no matter which one you choose, you're going to have to incur those costs. So they are not relevant to the decision.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we can't really
understand.
say, well, them have to, because that is a part, that's just typical operating costs. We're looking at these factors that largely influence the price of oil. Where you get the oil from would a largely
Right.
impact how much you're charging the end user.
Yeah.
So?
True.
Okay. So that is what we have to look at, and then that would come in the agreements that JPS has with these suppliers, right?
But we still have the OUR.
The OUR
Regulators
must serve
who
the
can say
purpose,
XYZ also. Yeah. It's nice
but
talking
the
to you. I
OUR
have
must
to
serve no
run.
purpose. All right, so let
Come
us
again?
move on from oil. What was the next issue? From
No,
electricity.
I have to run. Now, it was nice
Okay,
talking
okay.
to you, but
Yeah,
I
man, no
implore that
problem.
you read that that affidavit or get the underline. You have what's that journalist lady name? What's her name? The dreadlocks lady there, Oliver Portmore. What's her name? Deanne Jackson. She did a extensive rundown on the affidavit. So if you can find it. You understand what I'm
Okay,
saying?
I will take a look into it because I never
Yeah,
even
man.
know.
Take a
Like
look
I
at
said,
it.
I was working the whole time. I just quit my
Yeah,
job
man. You
recently.
understand, man.
So
We
so
all
you have to
work.
find time
Yo,
to go
bro,
like
we
that
all
and
work,
things.
bro. We all work, bro. So we don't have a lot of time, but we don't listen to propaganda. You
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Respect, my brother. Keep up the
Yeah,
work.
man. All right.
Be a
That's
good
your
man.
word.
Cool.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, guys, well, Iran, if you want to come live and express your views, because I don't know what you're talking about, let me hear what you have to say. Oh, the request was you can send the request. I will accept it and hear what you have to say. We don't do partisan views, I am a Jamaican, full stop. I'm not JLP or PNP. And whatever it is that I am saying, it is for the betterment of the Jamaican society as a whole. So if I'm criticizing the JLP, I'm criticizing it on the grounds of what they're doing is detrimental to the Jamaican people. Because remember, if JLP goes in and they make a flawed policy, it is going to affect everybody no matter who you vote for. So we cannot sit here when policies impact us. Every policy that the government makes is an impact on us. If the government raise GCT tomorrow morning, who you think I go pay? You think are the rich people, them just go and pass on the tax to me and you. If the government come to my mind and say GCT is 20%, you think no business going to absorb the 5%? No, they are going to just raise the price of their goods and services by 5% and say, well, government said tax gone up. And me and you who are got the supermarket and the restaurants and whatever, who's going to pay that? Do you understand? So we can't sit here no one cuss and quarrel with one another when we are the ones who are being impacted by the decisions that the government make. So when the government comes up, we have to assess the impact that the policy has on and make a determination as to whether or not we support it. Yes, Aaron, what were you saying?
Yes, sir. Maybe it's just a typing error, but like the problem what I have with this previous guy, he's talking politics. Like it doesn't matter how you point out certain things to him, he's talking politics. Maybe just a typing error, but the whole deal with JPS, what we signed, I think it expired 2027. It was a bad
Yeah, it is due to be expired, and the government said they're not going to renew it.
Yeah, so it was a bad deal for us. So it's like for Jamaica, we could use different method to save on electricity.
Such as?
Yeah, like you could use solar. Even like I live in the coldest part of Canada, Alberta, and within the 3 months you save on electricity. You get the solar because the AC running. So for Jamaica, where it's rain and it's hot, it's most times solar don't really work off of the hot sun. Most time it work off of like clear sky. From once it's not clouded, it will be charged. So,
but when you say solar, what do you mean? Because we do have solar energy here, where we have people with their solar panels and they sell their excess energy to JPS. So when you say solar, are you suggesting that the government have a solar farm?
Not really. Like more people, like you could just remove make it more easier for like people who can put it on their roof. Like make it be more cheaper for local Jamaican,
Yeah, but that no really have nothing to do with the government. Remember,
no, but like I'm talking like with the cost, like
to implement it is over $1 million.
Yeah, but like the cost, I'm talking like reduce the cost, like make it more easy to be access. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but that is not a thing that the government can do because the government not sell solar panels.
I know, but like I'm talking like, okay, remove the taxes on it.
Okay, all right, okay.
Make it more easy. Like you're shipping a barrel to Jamaica, like remove certain things. Like, okay, remember one time they said, okay, this is the price per barrel. Like just like solar, just reduce certain things. I mean, make it more easier because we're a hot country. Yeah.
To me, my philosophy is if the country not make it, you're not supposed to tax. Full stop.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I was saying. But he's talking politics. And it doesn't matter what you say positive, he debunk it. So
okay, all right. So he was talking politics. He was referencing because that we still have the issue of the Prime Minister's finances not being certified, which is a bigger deal than we are making it to be. I think most
I don't think
reticent about it, but it is a big deal. It's like if you have somebody, if let's say you have 2 children and you're looking for a babysitter, and the babysitter that you hire is a pedophile, like that is a big deal.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So, and that's the situation, and we're making it seem like, oh well, it's not. It is a big deal. If you're looking for what do you call it? Investment advisor. I don't think that's the word, but an investment advisor. The person, it can't be somebody who got jail 15 years to rob up people money. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
that would be a relevant factor to you deciding whether or not you need to trust this person with investing your money. So, to the extent that the Prime Minister's finances have not been certified by the Integrity Commission, he should not be running for office. That's just the long and
short. Yeah, but what's the percentage of Jamaican?
There's no going around it.
What the percentage of us care about it? What's the percentage?
It doesn't matter if we care or not. I think Jamaicans don't care because the issue has been politicized.
Yes, yes, yes,
It's,
yes.
it's no different than Andrew murder somebody and we are say, well, we don't care.
Yes, yes, yes.
Is it that we don't care about murders or we just don't care about this particular one because of Andrew do it? Do you see the
Yeah, I
difference?
don't know. I don't think
So
lots
that
of
so we
undecided.
so to say that Jamaicans don't care is to discount the issues around that. It's like, well, he is the leader of the opposition, and so their opinions are jaundiced by the fact that he's the leader of the government. Had it been anybody else, we'd have slaughtered him. Full stop.
Yeah, but I don't
But
think
it is
lots of
just because it is the
undecided.
prime minister why we are like, oh well, we don't. At least those persons who are
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
JLP anyway.
But I don't think. I mean, lots of undecided voter don't even have that in their brain.
Okay.
Trust me. Yeah, so
Okay.
it just people. It's not a big ticket thing. You know what I mean? Most people just want better for the country, low on crime. People can afford certain stuff. That's what most people care about. That's not
But
really
it
a
is,
big deal at the
but
bottom.
those issues, but and then that is the issue that I personally have as a Jamaican, because if you are looking at the issues that you are faced with in your everyday life, you have to look at what is causing these issues, no so?
Yes, yes.
And corruption. Corruption in government is one of the biggest problems that we have in this
But
country.
a day-to-day Jamaican would say, well, all of them is corrupt.
Yeah, but how do you fix that? Because it's one thing, all right. We have a saying, why you no see, heart no leave. If you're a thief, I mean, no, me no business. Because I don't know. But when me find out, when me catch a thief, now me cannot say, boy, me no business. That does not make any sense. Because if theft is an issue, when you find a thief, you have to deal with him billions. That's how you get rid of thievery. Because when them say, oh, you deal with this one way you catch, that is not going to put the fear of God in the rest when you catch yet. No, sir?
Yeah,
But
that's
if
true.
you find a corrupt politician and you're like, oh, well, no, nothing to see here, move along, then how are you going to solve the issue of corruption? When you look at, there's a direct causal link between the issues that you as the individual Jamaican is facing and corruption itself. Yet when you find a corrupt politician, your view on it is based on whether or not you like that politician.
Yeah, I know. I
That doesn't make
understand
no
what you're
sense.
saying. Yeah.
So
So,
it is a serious issue that we cannot be apathetic to these issues and say, oh, well, we don't care. We care. We just cannot link that because we are so, in terms of our vantage point, we are just looking directly in front of us and nothing else matters. So, boy, I go to the supermarket and things are expensive. But then why are things expensive? You have to hold your head up and look around so you get a clearer picture of what causing the issue that is right in front of your eyes. We're not doing that. And that is where the problem lies. So we every year, every 5 years when we need to go to the polls, no, there are no new issues. It's the same issues that we are vexed with. It's the same issues that we are lamenting. And the reason why it's the same issues that we are lamenting is because we're not holding the people accountable. If I am voting for the JLP, I not hold the JLP leadership accountable.
yeah,
Because
you're
I'm
right.
my party, so I have to support my party. If I am voting for the PNP, I am not holding the PNP accountable because it's my party, so I have to support my party. And then in the middle of that, what is happening is that they're screwing you over.
Yeah, you're right. Because most of the issue you hear, they talk about road and water, road and water. That's all they talk about.
Which is bullshit because it should not be you're not supposed to be running an election on road and water. Those are basic infrastructure
Yes,
where
yes.
every
Road and
single
water.
government is supposed to have as a priority. So to the extent that you are running an election campaign and talk about road and water is an indictment on just how little it is not only government, it's an indictment on us as a people. This is we
What
are
we want.
accepting the bare minimum. I
Yes, yes.
am owed this. This is the basic thing that any government is supposed to perform. And they're
Yeah.
using it as a talking point in an election. That makes no sense.
Yeah, road and water. You never hear. I'm not saying they don't say it, but you don't hear like the people they say, "Yo, what about the seniors pension? And what about the youths? And what about the kids? What about or they talk
Well,
about
the
healthcare, but
PNP has, I think, a very good proposal with respect to pensioners. They
yes,
are saying that if you're making under six, if so, all sources of income, right? As a retired person, all sources of income, if it's less than $6 million, you don't pay any tax. So to me, that is a very good. Um, it will give relief to those persons who are senior citizens and not really working, but they have this like a passive income coming in. So that is a very good proposal. I did not see what the JLP's proposal was with respect to pensioners. Um, there's so many things in the manifesto. It's kind of hard to keep track. I don't recall, but I know the PNP has um what I saw was very good in my view with respect to pensioners because not because I don't know if you're not working, why are you paying income tax? That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like I'm not working, I'm depending on this little bit of money if you come in. That's what I am living off of.
But you
I'm
can't be
retired.
okay. But the problem, we have to be careful of giving, 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 giving. We have to be careful of just giving, because if we keep on saying we're gonna give this, we're gonna give that, we have to get it somewhere. We have to maybe give out more speeding ticket. We maybe have to
No.
get something. We
No,
have to be
but all right,
careful.
but no, but you have to. But and then this is it. This is the thing that I have a problem with because when you have a system that was set up that was faulty, if I set up a system for rob you
Mhm.
um 20% of your income every pay period, and then I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna bring a rob you. I am robbing you. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna bring it down to 10%.
Okay.
The system should not have been there in the first place.
But
So we
okay.
cannot no hold on. So we cannot have a conversation about giving people back stuff when you've been stealing from me it's my
Yeah,
money.
but
You've
why
been
do you
stealing my
think it's
money. I know
stealing?
you are agreeing to give me back a little bit more.
No,
I'm
but
gonna steal less from you. That does not make any sense.
why you
So
think it's stealing? Why
it
you
is
think it's
stealing.
stealing?
You should income should not be taxed at source. Because you have to look at the different taxes that are imposed on citizens.
Mhm.
When you make your income in Jamaica, you get a 25% tax on certain portions of your income, right?
Mhm.
That same income, there is an effective tax rate of about 4% for NIS, NHT, education, art. So that's 25 plus 4, 29%
Yeah.
tax, right? When you go to use that same money, you're paying 15% GCT. Just see the chap?
Yeah, but the
So
GCT
at the
should
end of the
the
no,
G,
but remember, I know so everywhere you turn, you are being
they tax.
taxed. So why are you taxing the in? Because when I get my money, what am I going to do with it? Spend it. I'm not going to put the money under the mattress and fold my hand and look and dead for hungry. No, I'm going to spend the money. So if I am being taxed whenever I spend that money, why am I taxing? Why are you taxing the money at source? That does not make any sense because you're going to tax me anyway. Once I spend that money, it is going to be taxed. So the money should not be taxed at source. You earn your income, and then you can now have different tax measures. So certain non-essential stuff that people don't need, you can have a higher tax rate on it. That happens in the UK. So this is not something new. If you look at the UK, basic food items no have no tax panning. Luxury items have higher tax rates on them. It's just you don't need to buy caviar and champagne. So we tax that shit at 25%. Full stop. Because who are buy champagne and caviar? Rich people. They can afford to pay that shit. So that is how you would now recoup. So that's how so instead of taxing me, because remember, I know you can still have an income tax, but because to me it should be at a like when you look at what the cost of living should be, right? So if the
Mhm.
cost of living in your country, let's say in Jamaica, the cost of living is $3 million. Income below $3 million should not be taxed because this is the basic. This is what you need to survive. Why am I taxing it? So that's what I would look at in terms of how you tax people. Whatever the cost of living is, we're not taxing that money. It's tax free. And then you look at the higher income earner, because those are the people. Because it's like after a certain amount of money, you don't need it. If you're
Yeah, but you
making
have to look on the percentage
$21 million
of
a year,
people
like
who
what the hell?
actually go.
You
So
can
sometimes
afford
you
to
can
pay
look
money
on.
on that. Hmm?
Okay, but sometimes these tax people look and some government look and say, okay, say for the month you make 1,000 Jamaican dollars. But the percentage of people who make 1,000 Jamaican dollars is like 20%. But the people who make $40 or $400, I mean, it's like more higher. So most time the government will tax the lower people to get the money because it's not much people make that high money. So sometimes the countries they operate like that. You understand what I mean?
No,
Because
no,
the
no,
lower
no, 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 no.
so
This
sometimes
is
that's the
what.
way
Okay, so
they
when you
revenue.
look at the post post colonial countries like Jamaica or the Commonwealth, because we're still Commonwealth, right?
Yeah.
When you look at Commonwealth countries and you look at the wealth, so the tax now have nothing to do with the proportion of people at the lower end paying taxes. That have nothing to do with nothing. When you
But
look
that's
at
the way the system create, brother.
but I am trying to explain to you why the system is the way it is and not as you have suggested.
Yeah, yeah.
When you look at the people in the country who are the top 1%, they are the descendants of the colonizers. The wealth is being, so the wealth of the 1% is greater than the wealth of the 99%. So it doesn't matter if you tax the 1%, you're still going to collect more money than if you tax the 99%.
Yeah,
So
you're
it has
right.
not, because remember now, you are looking at the volume of revenue that you can bring in. If I am making, let's say, there are 3 million people in Jamaica,
Hmm.
let's say 2.5 million Jamaicans, their combined income is 50 billion. And then 500 Jamaicans, their combined income is 200 billion.
Hmm.
Who do you get more money? If you decide, if you don't tax that 50 billion, wouldn't you make more money from taxing the 200 billion? Even if you decide not to tax the 50 billion?
Okay, so I understand everything what you're saying, but that's the way the Commonwealth set up. Jamaica, Canada, and all of those countries. That's the way they do. They tax
Because
the
it is still systemic, it is systemic
yeah,
racism and classism built into the system. It is
yes,
designed to keep the poor poor. And that is why
yes,
we, as the quote unquote poor, the one like if your network is not at least 300 million Jamaican dollars, you're broke. I
yes,
mean, let's
yes,
just keep
yes.
it above 50. You don't know when you're in a nobody class, when nobody talk to you. So you can't be here defending a system that is oppressing you. That does not make any sense.
Yes, yes, yes. You're right.
It
That's the
is
way the
against
system
your
works.
interest to argue for taxes when you are disproportionately affected by those taxes.
Yeah, yeah. That's a system. That's a system. And I don't think the system will change. It doesn't matter which government
But it
run.
won't change if we sit here and argue amongst ourselves about why it shouldn't change.
And I think people don't care if it affect them. But if you're in Jamaica and you're doing okay, they don't really say nothing. People who doing okay, some people even doing okay right now in Jamaica, they don't care if it's GLP or PMP in Jamaica. That's just the way lots of people think. Because guess what? If I'm running a hotel and guess what, the government increase the price, I'm just gonna pass it on to the guests. If they increase the
Yeah.
price of Pepsi, I'm just gonna pass it on to the people. And that's the way that's the way they do it. So
But
most time,
that is our problem. This is not a government issue. This is a Jamaican people issue.
yes, yes, yes,
So we are the problem, and we have to know, because as you can see during the live, people were accusing me of being a PNP, whatever, when I was just looking at the two proposals in terms of the income tax reform and saying what I believe, which one is cheaper to fund versus which one is more expensive. And I'm like, but you don't need to listen to me. I say you can
yeah.
do the
But some
math
people
yourself.
don't read enough. Some people don't read. Some people don't really know. Them just listen to like a bunch of people come on this platform and talk a bunch of crap and this, that. So that's the factors. That's the main issue with lots of people. They don't read and see certain things.
That is true, and I can understand to some extent because most people have an agenda,
Yes.
right? And it's usually a partisan agenda. But the thing for me is like, if you are following me, if you have been a follower of mine, and
See,
even
it's
if
the
you're not
first
a
time
follower,
I
you can
see
just
it.
go because sometimes you can know what people are about by going on their page. First of
Yes.
all, if you go on somebody's page and know they have like one, two, three videos, just scroll past, right? But I have a lot of videos on my page, and it's essentially the same thing. It's anti-establishment, right? It's anti-establishment. It's a sort of waking people up to the lies that, because there's a lot of propaganda that is being pushed through in the media, and one of the reasons why we're in the situation that we're in terms of this dearth of understanding when it comes to political and economic matters is because the people who know what is going on don't come out and explain things to us. Because the JLP has launched a manifesto, the PMP has launched a manifesto. It would stand to reason that you would have an economic professor from the University of the West Indies or from the UTech would come out and just give an non-partisan, an objective view of the things that are in the manifesto. Explain to me what you don't need to draw a conclusion. Just explain what this mean,
Just
what
neutral,
that mean,
neutral, yeah.
why this one better than this one, or you could even do which one is going to cost more, and then we can make up our minds about whether we think this better or which one makes sense based on the realities that Jamaica face. But nobody is doing that. You have pundits,
Yeah.
paid shrills for the JLP and the PMP who come and say, "Oh, I looked and Sleek Jamaica, their Instagram, and them have a bunch of crap up there that put the PNP in a bad light. I'm like, okay, clearly the JLP paid for this post, and you're a news media, and you don't have a disclaimer to say this was a paid announcement by the Jamaica Labour Party. So people know that what you're seeing is not the objective opinion of Sleek News Jamaica. It is a paid advertisement by the Jamaica Labour Party. So
But
obviously, you know that right then and there, the information is going to be skewed. But then put it out as if, oh, we have looked at the manifestos and these are the facts. No, because I'm looking at the manifesto and what I see Sleek has is bullshit.
yeah, but the problem in Jamaica is too much politics. It's like you're supposed to can sit and go through both of them and say, this will work best for the Jamaican people. The
Yes.
Jamaican people get more money, the people, but even the polling right now is politics. Everything is
Yes.
too much politics. And it is
Yes.
just affecting people because, like, you're undecided voters, like, okay, who gonna make it better for my life, my family, the country, whatever? It's like you're in confusion. You have to sit and do your research for yourself, and that's the
And then
biggest.
and that is the point because it's like because if I'm looking at the manifestos and it's so much information and they craft it, it's kind of like law. Have you ever
Mhm.
read like a legal? You don't understand what it is saying.
Yeah.
Whereas the governor general sees, like, what the fuck does that mean? So you're reading the thing, but even though it is in English, you don't understand what it is saying. And when you
Yes.
look at the manifestos, they're not spelling it out. If you say, all right, then we're going to increase the income tax threshold by $2 million, that means everyone who is making $2 million or less, you're going to see a maximum of $8,000 per month on your paycheck. That makes sense. The PMP say if you're making $3 million, $3.5 million or less, you're going to see a maximum of $36,000 per month on your paycheck. Then we can say, okay, well, the PMP one sound better because 36 million versus 36,000 versus 8,000 make more sense to me. You understand? So you can do, it's an easy comparison that you can make based on how the language is presented in these manifestos. But you read the
Yes.
thing and you need somebody to interpret and explain it to you because it's just this one bag of garbage where the average person will not understand what you're saying. When it comes to like stuff like the economy and food security, there are a lot of vagaries. It is so vague. You don't know, like, what does this, like, what are you saying? Oh, we're going to improve Jamaica's food security. Okay, how? How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that? Okay, currently we have um 40,000 farmers, 20,000 of which are small farms, 20,000 of which are large farms. We are going to try to bring an additional, because this is what you're supposed to be saying, an additional 40,000 farmers into the farming pool, and we're going to build out this whatever infrastructure so that we can have 1 million ton of banana produced per year, because the demand for banana in Jamaica is 800,000 ton, and we can export the excess, something like that. So it is something that we can see practically how you are going to do it. Instead, them have these veils of, oh, we're going to improve food security. That can mean anything. What does improve food security mean? How
Yeah,
are you
they
going
don't
to
do.
achieve
Yeah,
that?
it's hard. It's just like the way they write the manifest is just like, you give your accountants your tax to do, and she just give you the paper and say, hey, you need to pay the government $1, but you
Yeah.
don't know why you have to pay the
Why?
government $1
Yeah.
because you don't know nothing about tax. So that's the way they do it. So all of these food security is like, it's so much politics when it come on to import. It's just like, all right, I'm an MP, you're my cousin. Okay, open a corporation. Okay, we're gonna import a bunch of chicken back in the country. It's a big demand, but this is what we're gonna do. So it's so much politics and it's affecting the people. So
Yes,
like,
because I think, especially because food security, people do not understand. If you do not have food security, you will be controlled by the countries that you import your food from. It is
yes,
that simple. So if
yes,
you import most of your food from America, America will control what you do. They will tell you what to do. Otherwise, they're going to cut off your food supply. People do not understand that. So the balance of trade is very important. So you have to look at, okay, what do Jamaicans consume in terms of agricultural products? You have yam, banana, ginger, whatever. What is the demand locally
yeah,
per year for these items? And you figure out how you're going to meet, because if you can't meet the demand locally, it simply means that you have to import those items. And if much of what you consume on a yearly basis,
it's
more than
important.
50% is imported, then you cannot control your policies, because
Yeah.
those countries will have a say in how you run your country,
Yes.
because they control your food. Anybody will control food and water, control the
Oh,
people.
yes, yes.
It
Because
is just that simple.
when you look at the whole thing, when I study about Jamaica, Irish potato. Just look at KFC. How many potato they push out? Where they get those potatoes for? Those
Import.
potatoes from Jamaica? No. Like there is a place in, I don't know if you know about Canada. There is a place named Alberta.
Yeah,
Alberta.
I was supposed to go to Alberta
All right.
for work program in
Okay.
2012. Never work out.
So Alberta only have 90 days of summer. And the amount of Irish potato they have could feed Jamaica. What they're producing those 3 months could maybe feed Jamaica for 2 to 3 years. And they have 90 days of summer. Wheat can feed Jamaica for 10 years, where they plant one season. Canola, everything. So we need to do more production to supply our people, because just look at Irish potato alone. So that's the main problem. Like we have too much resource and we're not making use of the resource.
But a lot
Like,
of it has to do with bureaucracy.
yeah,
When
politics.
the government so you have RADA, right? I think Rural Agricultural
Yes.
Development. And if you get a loan from RADA, you have to go through hell, be ahead and back,
Yeah.
right? And then it become politicized. So it's kind of
Politics.
like when JLP in a power, JLP people get them have them little lines where they go through, forget where they want to get. When PMP in a power are the same thing. So there
Yeah.
is no
Balance.
non-partisan approach to dealing with people. It
Yeah.
depends on who you vote for and who in power. That largely determines whether or not you are able to successfully access certain things.
Yeah.
Then there is the hush hush. So there are a lot of free stuff that Jamaicans can get. They say, but if you have these things, why we don't know? So you don't know. There are a lot of stuff, and did you know? And it's like, how the hell if you know if it is not promulgated in the public space for people to know that, hey, if you're not working, and you pay NIS, you can apply to them and they'll pay you XYZ. There's nothing, no information is out there that tells you that. And that is what happened. The government are give you ginger and nobody knows. Because ginger is a hot commodity globally and locally.
Yes.
And we do not produce enough ginger to satisfy the local demand.
Jamaica
And
have
the
the
government
best
gives
ginger.
out the ginger sucker and nobody knows. It's like you have here links to even get access to the information. So, and this is so it's not like most of the time they come up because this is an issue. You have you have a manifesto and you have your policy and you say you're gonna do this and you're gonna do that. But the way that it is being implemented, people can't access it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you, but it's really crazy. It's really crazy. It's too much politics, and that's the main issue with us.
And we have to blame
Because
ourselves for that.
yeah, I know, but it's just so much. It's just like even like me growing up, and I see like even like a farm market ticket come. If you did not vote for that party, you as a young local, you want to get that opportunity to get that ticket, and that's the system. I've been seeing that system over 42 years now. So I don't know, but
We have to get away from, which is why I was so upset in the earlier part of the live when somebody was accusing me of being a PNP, whatever. It's like we have to move. You listen to what the person is saying, and you cannot allow your cognitive dissonance to turn off your critical thinking. Because if somebody full of shit, you will know. If
yeah,
somebody's talking crap, if you are actively listening, you will know when someone is biased. But no one, them just come and them hear you attack and it sound like you attack against Freedom Party. Their brain just shuts off and they go into this rabid dog persona and start, tearing you down. And it's like, you are Jamaican first. And any policy that is being implemented by whichever party is going to affect you. And we need to understand it doesn't matter who you are supporting. Whoever forms the government, their policies will impact you. So if you're a JLP and you vote for the JLP and they lose, guess what? You could have heard the PMP so much, they are the one running the government and their policies are going to impact you. So you have to listen to what both sides are saying. You have to, because anyone win, their thing is, so you cannot say, well, JLP are the better government. Okay, fine, what happened when they lose?
yeah. But so I have a question: who you think will get it on September 3rd?
It is, at this point, it is so hard to tell because they neck and neck. I want,
Okay. So let me say something quick. You know what? Okay, so the JLP in power for 9 years or
yes,
10 years,
then if you come out now.
and then and then the PMP coming running. But okay, so this is my observation. If the government was doing so bad, just saying, why it's so close?
There you go. There you go. All right, this is I have a very kind of life and death reason why I don't want the JLP to win.
Okay.
It is, to me, even if the PNP is going to wreck the economy, the alternative is worst. So let's start with the soft stuff. The JLP has been in power for 9 years, right?
Yeah.
And we have to understand what a third term means. It is not a simple matter.
Okay.
A third term would mean that now you have a party that has descended into a kind of dictatorial stuff. Because it's kind of like, well, become a dictatorship. We are around this place, so we're going to do what we want to do. That is just on the face of it. Because we can see the arrogance. We saw it played out during COVID when Andrew was going for people who was calling him out, how he handled the stay-at-home orders. They arrested a lot of people illegally, and how we know they took them to court and the government lost. In all the constitutional cases involving COVID, whatever, the government lost. And the SOEs as well, these perpetual states of emergency, or whatever they call it. What is Zozo?
It's yeah, it's not good. It's
So
not.
when they
Yeah.
took the government to court, the government lost. It was a breach of the people's constitutional rights. I said it from 2020 when the government launched the Disaster Risk Management Act. I said the act is illegal, and I'm not a lawyer, but I read the charter, I've read chapter 3 of the Jamaican Constitution, and remember, there's only one law. People don't understand. There's only one law, and it is the Constitution. Everything else is subordinate to the Constitution. You cannot pass a law that contravenes the Constitution. You can't. People don't understand that. And it was a vexing issue when I'm like, but where are the people from the Bar Association? Where are all these lawyers to come out and say, no, what the government is doing is some bullshit? Everybody went along with it. Judges were arresting people for not wearing masks, which was illegal. You can't do that. So that is one of the thing. You are looking at, you're looking at the fourth industrial revolution. It is not something that is in the purview of the Jamaican people, but it is. If we were to enter into a world war right now, right? Just saying as an example,
Yeah.
Jamaica would be affected. We cannot say, oh, well, we are not the ones physically going to war. We are going to be impacted. We are going to go in a recession. So you can't sit and fold your hand and say, oh, well, it's just a world war. We physically not going into the throes of war and shooting guns and dropping bombs and whatever, and nobody's going to come and invade us and drop bombs on us. But we are going to be impacted. So Jamaicans do not have in their contemplation the fourth industrial revolution. But the government of Jamaica, under Andrew Michael Holness, has implemented the national identification system needs, albeit the Jamaican people vehemently opposed it. And Andrew covertly, so when he came out and they were doing it publicly, we pushed back. And under the cover of darkness, they passed it. A lot of Jamaicans right now don't know that needs pass. What Andrew is waiting on is to win back so he can roll it out. Because once he win, the has gone through, there's nothing you can do. And there is a 2030 timeline for them to digitize a country where most of the people don't have electricity running to their yard, water running to their yard. How the hell are you going to digitize a country in 5 years? How are you going to, and you hear them talking about STEM and digitization and all of that shit. Then they're talking about the central bank digital currency. I am currently writing a book as I am speaking to you on central bank digital currency and what that actually means for the surveillance capitalism. People might not know what that means, but I've done quite a few videos on that. I'm not going to explain it right now. Surveillance capitalism, privacy, and government control. What they're trying to do is to phase out cash. They're going to phase out cash and implement digital currencies. So the way that we engage in commerce in the society will be by way of digital currencies. When you have digital currencies, it simply means that there is no privacy. Just like how if you use your credit card, them can know where you use your credit card and where you buy with it. It's just that simple. If I go to ILO and I use my credit card, the government will know that I went to ILO and used my credit card. But if I paid in cash, the government don't know. You will hear the governor of Jamaica, Richard Biles, talking about they are going, because them launched the central bank digital currency already, Jambex. But because there is pushback against it, because remember, all of this must happen by 2030. And the next government that takes over is going to have to do these things. Well, at least if the JLP wins, because Andrew has already agreed to do these things. But him couldn't do it because if him when push it in this last lap of his term, he would have lost the election right off the bat. He would have lost the election right off the bat. There's no question about that. So people need to understand that. So what he has done is he has delayed the rollout of the central bank digital currency, right, to after he has won. Then there's going to be this push. When you talk about, Wi-Fi, why do you think they want to bring Wi-Fi into public squares and all of this shit? You think it's because they want you and I to have access to Wi-Fi when Flow and Digicel want to charge money? That is not the case. Right? So Andrew has accepted and agreed to bring Jamaica into the fourth industrial revolution. And that simply means that certain fundamental constitutional rights, they're not going to come out and tell you. They're going to tell you it's for convenience and but they're going to be taken away from us because they want to bring us into this digital age where everything is under the control of the government. Everything you do, everything you say, if you notice, censorship on social media now is very high. You can't say kill, you can't say rape, you can't say nothing. It is being censored. That is going to get worse as we move closer to 2030. That is why they want the digital passports and the digital IDs. If you notice, the picker is saying that next time when you go for your passport, you just go and get a thing with that little pin that the credit card has, that little thingy. That's what your passport is, just going to be a card with that thing, because everything is going digital. And them going digital now have really nothing to do with convenience, but they have to tell you that, it's more convenient, yada, yada, yada. It is to bring in this totalitarian regime. That is what Andrew has signed up for. He got a lot of money during COVID, because people don't know that. That is why they were reporting the cases and the deaths and the hospitalization. If you Google Pandemic Emergency Plan 2018, the World Bank developed a payment facility for pandemics in 2018, 2 years before COVID, where based on your caseload, so how many cases you have reported, you get money. You get additional money based on how many hospitalizations. You get additional money based on how many people dead. People don't know that. It's like literally free money. And it shows you, there are tiers. Like, if you have between 0 and 2,500 cases, you get X amount of US dollars. If you have blah, that is how, so them him get those money. The governor of the World Bank at the time came to Jamaica, I think in 2023, and give Andrew money again. Some high-ranking official from the UK came to Jamaica and give Andrew money. Kamala Harris came to Jamaica and give Andrew, I think, 30,000 US dollars or whatever. So Andrew got a lot of money, and that money is being used in the campaign. That is why you see them build the house and do all of these. When get money from Fairfix Road and do all of this in the last year of his election. It is to secure a win. And if you notice, there were a lot of puff pieces in international media about how well the Jamaican economy is doing. This is to prop up Andrew to make sure that he win the next general election. So this is my...
So you think he's gonna win? So do you think he will win?
I think the PNP is also sabotaging themselves so that Andrew win, because it is still...
Really?
Yes. Because what should have happened? Wow. No, but if you look at how the PNP is conducting themselves, they are not vigorously pursuing the governance in terms of vigorously trying to win. It's more of a lackadaisical approach to, in the debates, and so we can see a little bit more energy. But if you look over the past 2 years, the PNP basically sit down falling and now do nothing. When Andrew rolled out the 200% increase max for the parliamentarians, which was a slap in the face, because remember, public sector wages froze for 3 years. And then you come and give yourself a 200% increase. And this was the time that the PNP should have taken the government to court to say you can't do that shit. But they didn't do anything. Mark said, "Oh well, I'm not going to collect I'm going to give mine to charity," which don't make no fucking sense because you're still a collecting. The people are still paying it. And he's saying, "Well, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
have any
yeah.
choice. Them
And you,
can't pay me,
yeah.
so I'll give it to charity." But to me, it was a payoff because remember, all MPs moved from 4 million to 11 million. As a member of parliament, you're getting $11 million. Up from 4 million, that's more than 100% increase. But at the same time, you're saying we can't pay the teachers and the whatever who are asking for, who have been on a wage freeze from God knows how long, we can't pay them more. That does not make any sense. So to me, this is just my opinion, it is them pay them off. Because remember, no matter who win, you still get 11 million. As long as you win back your seat, you're getting your $11 million. The leader of the opposition is getting $26 million, just $2 million less than what the prime minister gets. So it's neither here nor there. Whether you win or lose, your money still tally. So to me, it felt like payment for them to kind of course, they're going to keep up the charade of running a campaign or whatever. But essentially, the objective is for the JLP to win because the JLP has been selected. If you look on the international scale and what is happening with respect to digital currencies and transhumanism and the advance of AI, we're moving into a digital technocracy. 99% of Jamaicans don't even know what that means. Andrew is the person who has been elected to bring us into that digital age. So he must win. And that is one of the biggest reasons why I am opposed to the JLP winning. One of the biggest reasons. Because I feel if the PNP wins, it will do more good than harm with respect to us moving into this digital dystopia because they're trying to move towards a one world governance model. And we saw a preview of that during COVID, where every government was taking directives from the WHO, which has never happened before in any pandemic. The WHO generally issued guidance and government choose or not choose to adapt it or whatever. But you saw during COVID, every country locked down, every country implemented mass mandates, every country was forcing their citizens to take vaccine. Every country was doing the same thing, and it was all coming from one central authority. So we are moving into that centralized global governance space where national sovereignties will be abolished. So you're no longer a sovereign nation. You're answering to the dictates of probably the United Nations. Of course, you will have your local implementation. And how we know this, you look at Agenda 2030 or Vision 2030 or Vision 2050, whatever. They mix up the name and they confuse people. Right, but it is coming from the Agenda 21 that was tabled in 1992, where you're looking at the sustainable development goals, and our government talks about it and talk about, renewable, and they're talking about water as a global commons and a bunch of other nonsense, right? So that is where we are being pushed. And who are they pushing? Andrew. I even saw Andrew on CNN. I don't know the fuck. Why is he on CNN? During Beryl, he was on CNN. And it was strange. Like, that has never happened before. We had Hurricane Ivan, we had Hurricane Dean. CNN was never interviewing our prime ministers and they're kind of like propping him up. And then the next person in the Caribbean is Mia Mottley, who I think she was nominated or selected as the Earth Czar in the Caribbean region. And so if you notice, she won her election and then create this fake republic that they have in Barbados. Barbados is not a republic. And Andrew is trying to bring the same fake republic to Jamaica. And by fake republic, all they're going to do is replace the king with the governor general. That's it. Nothing else changes. How is that a republic? Because that's what Barbados did. They changed the constitution to make the governor general the president and remove the king as the head of state. And that's what Andrew wants to do in Jamaica, because he has an advisor, Marlene Malahou Fort, who is advising him on how we can circumvent the constitution, because that's what she did in 2020 with the Disaster Risk Management Act. And she's there now.
Yeah, she's the
Creation Department here, the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. So she did advise him how to break the law.
Yeah.
That's why she is there, literally.
Yeah.
in make one department, one ministry gishi. And her job is to advise him on
Yep.
how he can implement these new world order agendas in Jamaica while making it seem as if it is illegal to do so. And that is the premise on which I am rejecting the JLP. Not so much so that I think the PMP probably is like a plan B, but if plan A mess up, plan B is not as effective as plan A. That's why plan A was plan A. So my little thing is to like put a cock in the wheel. I think we're still going to march towards this totalitarian technocratic state, but the slower we reach there, I think the better it is for us. If we can slow it down, then we slow it down. So that is my opposition to the JLP, because the JLP has been selected. And
So
has been selected
I had yeah, I have one question for you. So do you think Jamaica will ever get out these Chinese out of here? Like, you think we'll get out some of them? Like, if there's a change of government, say like the GLP lost and PMP, you think they will dunk low scale on these Chinese? Like, because when you look at a country where you have these Chinese as labor, I don't mind if they come and say they're like project manager or they're supervisor. It's what it is, because they have the contract. But when you look like a man running a wheelbarrow and I want Chinese, like, it don't make no sense. Because if you ever check certain stuff, I don't know if you know much about Canada. Canada, they used to have lots of temporary foreign worker, and it affect the local kids. It affect the local man who no really educated, we can do a labor job. And Canada cut them out. Canada cutting them back and say, listen, we're gonna train our people to get these jobs. Do you think they will cut it down low skate, or what? Are they too more deep in Jamaica now?
All right. It is a complicated issue. China has been, I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it without it sounding confusing. It's kind of like you're benefiting, but there are strings attached that hurt you in the process.
Yeah. It's like a deal with a hotel in Negril for the people, but
The people not
it's
get
part
nothing.
of the deal is good, part of the deal is bad.
So
Yeah,
China
I
has
understand.
been
Makes sense.
China has been like that to Jamaica in terms of a bilateral partner, where it has supported Jamaica in a lot of initiatives. So whenever Jamaica wants to borrow money, China is willing to lend. But it's the concessions
Okay.
that the government makes that is the problem. So it's not just that
Oh,
we can always go to China as opposed to the IMF, because obviously the IMF is a demonic institution that preys on
yeah.
Commonwealth countries and run them into the ground.
Weaker
They
nation.
tried to do
Yeah.
that to us. Unfortunately, I think it was who came out from under it. I don't remember if it was the JLP, but whoever made the decision did a good job of coming out from under the IMF, because the IMF was just a fucking succubus, killing us. Right? So
Yeah.
China is
They're
kind of
all
like
for
that,
garbage. Yeah.
except China's nefarious activities are a bit less obvious. It's not something where you can put your finger on and say, there you go. Right? So they would lend us the thing, and then you have to bring in the Chinese immigrants and let them set up shop, give them work permit, and them have them business, and it's 5 years tax free. So something like that, which automatically put them ahead of Miko say Peter Phillips. Okay. Put them ahead of
Peter
Jamaica,
Philip.
because I, as a person, if I want to start a business now, me can't go bank because me not have no collateral and no money if you go borrow money from bank. The Chinese can come in with no collateral and go to the bank and get a loan to start a business. A Jamaican can't do that. You see the difference? And then that Chinese person has 5 years tax free. But this is as a result of the deal that China would have struck with the Jamaican government that allows black people
Yeah,
to
the
come
lending
in
money. Yeah.
and access funds and start businesses and thrive. And that is why the Jamaicans are resentful of these Chinese people who come in the country and they seem to be doing well, and we there they suffer. But it's because their government is looking out for them while our government is not. So it is in that sense. So I wouldn't blame the Chinese people per se because
Okay.
they're not the problem. It is our government. If you want to make Chinese come in and set up business for free, a 5 year tax free, give the same deal to the Jamaicans. It's just that simple. So we can't
Yeah.
complain now because okay, the same deal that is available to the Chinese is available to us. So why are you bitching and complaining? But that is not the case. So I wouldn't blame the Chinese per se. The problem that I have with Chinese people is that they are separatists. So when you look at, if you go to any Chinese establishment right now and you look at the people working, they're all Chinese. And there's no
Yeah.
Jamaican. I'm not talking about in terms of the workers, in terms of relationship.
Management.
Not even
Yeah,
money.
yeah.
No, I'm just talking about they're not mingle with the Jamaican people. So you're walking in one Chinese store,
No,
everybody,
no, no.
the
Jamaican.
Chinese and the whole of them where mother, father, sister, brother, uncle, aunt, and friends are all Chinese. Which don't make no fucking sense to me because I'm like, if you're living in the country
Yes,
for
yes,
13
yes.
years, how are you not fucking with a Jamaican? That don't make no sense. Like, why are you just with your
Yeah.
people? And it is not, I know Chinese might listen and say, oh, well, it's not. If you go to America, there's a little China or a Chinatown. Anywhere you go in the world, Chinese group up together. You're not going to go nowhere in the world and see black people group up together. That's not happening.
Yes, yes.
It's not happening. You will, if I go to Canada right now, 9 out of 10.
Depends on the block. It's okay. So depends on the block. Depends on the block because I feel like African black people are more united than Caribbean black people. That's what I see.
Yeah, but them still marry.
Because you
No,
can
but
find
no. But when you
10
look,
Caribbean.
all right, all that happens is if they move in. Okay, let's say if I'm in Jamaica and I have 5 friends and we all decide to move, of course, the whole of we going to be in one place, right? Because we
Yes, yes, yes.
move
That's true. That's true.
together.
That's true.
But you're not going to have random
Yeah, yeah.
Jamaicans or random whatever go anywhere and just go look for them owner people and bungle up them. That's not happening. It's
Yes,
normally
yes, yes.
where
No,
it's
no,
the
no.
same set of people. Them know them one another from back home. If you do the math, they know each other from
Yes,
back
yes.
home. And you will always find an interracial couple in the mix. You will always find that. But if you look at the Indians and the other in Jamaica, it's them left and go find a white person. They're not dealing with Jamaica. If they do have relations, it's just like a fling. It's not anything serious. And that's the problem that I have. Like, you can't be in my country where you have a
Yes.
great grandfather, a grandfather, and the whole of Uno are Chinese. I have to take it that you don't like us. And if you don't like me, I don't fucking like you either. I'm sorry. And you can't vex because you're in the country. You're supposed to assimilate.
Yeah, they're just there to
They don't
they're
really
just there
do
to
that.
make money and live their best
There
life.
you go. And
That's
then
it.
they
They're
look
just there
down
to
at,
make
because
money.
if you listen to how they talk about Jamaicans, they never have anything good to say, yet they're saying Jamaicans are racist. But you don't have nothing good to say. But yeah, say we're racist. So if you don't like us like that, if you're saying bad stuff about us, why should we like you?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense. So that's the problem that I have with
Yes.
them. I see them and I look at the generations, and everybody's Chinese. And I have a problem with that. Because I'm like, why? What wrong with you? Why you want to mix and mingle with me? And if you don't want to mix and mingle with me, come out. Go back to China. I don't give a shit. If me can't go off America and I say I don't want to associate with Americans, get the fuck out of the country. That's my view, and I will stand 10 toes. If you don't want to mix with the people, come out of them country and go on back to your country. It's just that I go to a country that you feel comfortable enough to mix with those people. It's that simple. So that is my issue with the Chinese. I don't hate. I don't have a. I like who like me. So if them say Russians don't like black people, me not like Russians. I don't give a fuck. If them I say, oh, Russians don't like black, me not like them neither.
Yeah.
French don't like black. Me not like the French neither. That's just me.
But you don't think we support them too much, like even the
We do.
yeah.
But it is our fault. I'm not going to blame the Chinese for that. Because here's the problem. When you go to a Jamaican business All right, I can tell you this. I can go to, let's say I go to a Chinese restaurant. I am a
Yeah.
very peculiar eater. When I eat out, I rarely eat out, but when I do, I'm not going to walk into your restaurant and order rice and peas and chicken because I don't eat rice.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask, what do you have on the menu? So if you have like steamed veg, I'm going to be like, okay, can I get just the steamed veg with the fish, the steamed fish? The
Yeah.
Jamaican restaurant will tell you no. They're not give you have to buy the rice and
I
peas and
see that.
chicken.
I've seen
And
that
they
a few
will allow
times.
you to walk out with your
Yes.
$1,500 other than say, okay, we can give you 2 servings of steamed veg, or it's $500 per serving. Right? And I'm
Yes.
like, okay, give me 2 servings of treats. It's gonna be more expensive, but at the very least, you're serving me. The Chinese will give it to you, the Jamaicans won't.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That's the problem. Jamaicans want to get rich from one sale. So you go into a Jamaica, you go to a Jamaican to buy something, and they want to rich off of you from that one sale, so them sell it, them overprice the thing. When
Yeah,
you
I know
walk
that. I
into a
know that.
Chinese store or an Indian store, them know why you walk out until you buy something, and they will try their best to accommodate you with
Yes. Yes.
with your price. They will try to find something for you to buy. They don't want you to walk out unless you buy something. Jamaican are will and pan them price all when they know so they rack up the price.
Yes.
Because I went to Canada and we went to Offers Road. Because you know in Canada, they have these 70% discount, and for them discount a proper discount. So if you're going with a coupon, they take off the 70% and then they take off the $5 coupon. That's how they do it. So you get real bargains in Canada, especially when they have these blowout sales.
Yes.
And I saw this guy who was living in Canada, and we go around and we get something that costs $100, you pay $5 for it. 100
Yes.
Canadian, you end up paying $5. After you do, because you know, once you sign up with a store, you automatically get a discount just by signing up. They give you a discount card. And he walk around with all so every store him sign up with them, get these discount cards, and wait until they have these 70%, 60% off sales. And he goes in and he buys stuff, clothes, and he
Yeah.
ships it back to Jamaica. What do you think happened? And we bring it, so pay for it, Him not ship it down in the sense that him send a barrel. He sends, so I go to Canada, I'm coming back. I bring down a whole suitcase full of clothes that I don't
Yeah.
pay any money on, unless you have to check the bag. But you
Yeah.
don't pay any money on it other than if it's a checked bag, you pay the 35 US or whatever. That's all
Yes.
you're paying.
Yeah.
The entire bag of goods, probably, because you can give them the receipt, it costs less than $500, so there's no duty on it.
Yes.
And you come to Jamaica and you're selling this stuff for full price.
Yeah.
So the $100 shirt where you get for $5, you're selling it for $10,000 in Jamaica. That is how Jamaicans operate, knowing full well that you can sell it for $4,000 and still make a huge profit. And if a man come in and
Yes.
say, boy, a 8 grand me have me camp, them not giving you for the 8 grand, even though they know that selling you for 8 grand is not gonna do anything. It's not gonna cost them. That is how Jamaicans operate. The Indian and the Chinese will know, say, okay, well, me sell it for $100, but if $1,000 I didn't actually pay for. So if you say you have $6,000, then I make it past them. They might take it same way. Because they know
I
they
know
still
that.
make $5,000 profit on it. So
Yes.
I
I know that.
can't blame.
Sorry, I don't cut you. I'm in Canada. I know what you said. I'm in Alberta right now talking
Yeah.
to you, and I know what you said. I work with East India, and I have a garbage business,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to think like them to survive. Okay, so he's doing 50 house, and it's okay. One house for garbage and clean is like 3,000 when you do the maths. Okay, we could sign a deal. I'll do one house for like say 23, 2,500, and he give you like all 100 house. So when you do the numbers, like say they build in 20 house on one street, you don't have to go all over the place. You're on one street picking up garbage. So you discount the price and you make a profit. You'll be okay. But I know what you're saying. Like most of these stuff they ship back to Jamaica, they get it for peanut here and
Yeah.
they melt the Jamaican people. I know what you're saying. Like you go to like okay, I go to the supermarket. They have some clothesline there. You know, it's back to school now. The price will be up. But you go there the 20th of September, they want to get it out because guess what? Nobody really care no more. They stock up their kids. They have extra school bag, extra stuff. They want it out of stock. Costco is the same thing.
Yeah.
Costco brings some Adidas now back to school. By the 20, they want it out because they
And
want
then
to
you
put
have
in
the
winter stuff.
outlets too with the original brand, like Old
Yes,
Navy and so
yes,
on, that they get it for cheap,
yes.
cheap, and then they come to Jamaica and they sell it
Cheap,
for the
cheap, cheap.
actual price.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And
I
that's the
know that.
problem. So
So we
it's
are
go ahead.
we are the problem. We are the problem. We are the
We're the
problem.
problem. It's
We are the
so I
problem.
can't. I on that front, because I have had these experiences. It's like I'm not going to blame the Chinese that we support Chinese more than we support the local, because Jamaicans don't know how them overprice this stuff, and they don't want to let go off the price. They want to hold on to the price because they're just trying to get rich quick. While the Chinese or the Indians are thinking about
Eat
gaining
little,
a
eat long.
lifetime customer. Because remember, if
Yeah,
you give the person a discount, even if you lose, and you can have that person coming back, you recoup
you'll
the
be okay.
loss from the first. You will be okay. But Jamaicans don't think like that. Them just a
No,
thing
they
somewhere.
don't.
I go to where did I go? Like I walked into business Jamaican business places, I wanted to support them, and they just would not accommodate me, and I just leave because I'm not arguing with your ass. And you walk into an Indian store and you get it. When I moved into this apartment, it was unfurnished, and I didn't have any furniture because I was renting furnished apartments. But when my lease was up on the last apartment and I was moving into this one, it was unfurnished. But then I loved the location, didn't have any furniture, so I was obviously shopping around to buy stuff. I went into this Jamaican furniture place, and the guy was selling me a bed for $100,000.
Wow.
I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? $100,000 for what? I went into an Indian store. I told the guy what I wanted. I wanted a sofa. I wanted a computer desk. I wanted a washing machine. I wanted a fridge. I wanted a dresser. I wanted a king-sized bed. I wanted a stove. And I told him, if the price of the bed is not reasonable, I'm not buying anything here. And the guy showed me the mattress, because he's like, the mattress is the most important thing when it comes to the bed.
Yeah.
Showed me the mattress, loved it. I'm like, yeah, this looked like something where we can sleep comfortable. It was like, oh, it's $55,000. I'm coming from 55,000, from 100,000 to 55. And he was telling me about the trading, and I said, listen to me, I'm not paying a blood clot $55,000 for. I don't care where you are, so I'm not paying it. So
Yeah.
what can you do? And then cut the cost down to, so I'm talking about the base plus the mattress, $35,000, because I was buying everything else. The only catch though is like, if you're paying by card, you have to pay the transaction fee that the bank is charging,
Yeah,
because I'm going to
that's
use.
yeah.
The
Yeah, they
transaction
always
fee
do
was
that.
like $6,000. I didn't give a shit. So I'm like, yeah, I'll pay the transaction fee. And so I
Yeah.
got discounts off everything. And I ended up paying under $200,000 for the washing machine, sofa, computer desk, stove, fridge, dresser, and bed. Under $200,000. I could not
Yeah,
walk
they
into a
know to do
Jamaican store and
business.
pay for that shit. I couldn't. Because
Because
the washing machine alone, the man I got tell me say probably $70,000 for.
yeah.
The fridge alone would have
Because
been probably $80,000.
I see an incident on TikTok where this lady was saying that like 6 of them go to a Jamaican restaurant and like say 3 of us want to order wings. They say no. I was like, how that makes sense?
There you go.
I was like, if
Because
we go to have wing,
they're looking at it like, well, if we sell three or no wings, then we not go have enough wings to serve other people. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Who does that affect me?
I
I
was like,
went to
really?
a food restaurant because I saw the restaurant and I'm like, this sound like, because I like to eat healthy, like fruits and vegetables and stuff.
Yeah.
And it was one of those restaurants, right? And I went in there and I ordered and I told the lady what I wanted. And she's like, no, you get 5 pieces of food. You get 1 piece of yam, 1 banana, 1 whatever, 1 dumpling, and something else. So if I say I don't eat banana, I just get 4 pieces of food.
What?
Yes. So I'm like,
I don't
you
know.
know
It's
what? So I
complicated.
I never went back. So I, because I'd already ordered. So I took the food. I didn't want the banana because I don't eat fucking banana. So you're gonna tell me that I have to eat it, otherwise I just don't get a piece of food. That does not make any sense, right? And she was like, it was just no debate. And I didn't, because when it comes to food, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just not gonna come
No,
back
no,
and
you
eat it.
can't.
And I never
Yeah.
went back. And
Yeah.
had it been a non-national, I'm sure they would have given me what I wanted. So that is how we, that's why they're not doing as well as the Chinese and the Indians, but they don't understand the business model. The Chinese and the Indians will accommodate you. Jamaicans won't. Oh, you can order mega restaurant and them have steamed vegetables on the menu as a side, right? And I'm saying I don't want food. I just want the steamed vegetable with the meat
With
item
the
that I
meat.
want. So
Yeah.
if you have like chicken and rice and peas, I don't want the rice and peas. I just want the chicken with steamed vegetable. They're like, I can't give you some, like, but you do costing and portion size. So there should be a cost component, because I'm going to get a serving of steamed vegetable with the rice and peas. No, sir. So I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, there has to be a cost component to that serving of steamed vegetable. Whatever it is, charge me for and give me. So if I want, if it's going to take 3 servings for me to get a plate, if it's $300 per serving, charge me the $900 for the 3 servings of steamed vegetable and give me the. They don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Which makes no fucking sense, because most people who come in the restaurant no want the steamed vegetable anyway. They want either pasta or the raw veg. And you have somebody coming in saying, hey, I don't want any food. Just give me the steamed veg with the meat kind. And however many you want, whatever, just charge me what you want, charge me. No, you have to buy rice and peas.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. And so we cuss the Chinese and notwithstanding them
Yeah.
separatist behavior where them segregate themselves from the Jamaican people, which kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Outside of that, when it comes to business, I would rather support them because they accommodate you. They are cheaper in terms of, they're not letting a sale go by than when you go. Even in Montego, when you go into the arcade, if you're not walking with a $50,000, you can't buy anything in there. And the same.
Yeah, that's why the
going to an
online store
Indian
killing
store.
them.
There you go. And these people are buying this stuff cheap from Panama and Canada and elsewhere and coming in the arcade to sell it for thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And then you go into the Indian store and you get it for half the price.
Because clothes and those things, even your shoes. All right. I don't know if you ever visit New York. I
I've
don't know
been
if
to
you
New
ever.
York once,
Okay.
Times Square. I
Okay.
didn't go
So
shopping.
if you go into New York and go to these stores, like say you go to like one of those shoe store. New York have like around 9 to 10 million people. So like if you pick up like say a Jordan this week and they have a next Jordan next week, that Jordan is like if you pay 140 US feet, it go for $80. It go for $50. They want it off the shelf. Or you maybe don't do a seat next week. So
Yeah.
most of these things are cheap, 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 cheap. Shoes, you could get 30 pair. I go over, I get 10 pair of shoes is like peanut. They don't want them. They want them off the shelf. New stuff. It's just like same thing with bed. When they build one mattress, this type of sewing, they produce 2 million. They guess what? It's a different sewing they're gonna have, different type. So most of those stuff are peanut, peanut, peanut. Foot Locker.
Yeah.
Why you think these foreign people change clothes so often? They don't even wash shoes. They don't care about
Yeah,
clothes. Those
and
things are
then
nothing.
when they return, so when they wear this stuff and keep the tag and return it, then
Yeah.
it is severely discounted,
Yes.
right? It's severely discounted because somebody actually took the thing back, so it's no longer new. So they
Yeah,
have
yeah,
to sell
yeah.
it at a discounted price by law. And I think so. I know it may so like for somebody who's not really listening actively to my views, they probably think it's contradictory, but it is not. It's like, on the one hand, I know that the Indians and the Chinese, well, the Indians tend to mingle a little bit more, and culturally, I don't think they can marry somebody who is not Indian because
Most time they won't cross over. It depends. It depends. Say like in Canada, If the son born here and the daughter born here and they've been here for a while, it's kind of a bit different. But most time if they're new to the country, they will stick. They don't really cross over. Most time if they
I don't
cross
think they
over,
have a
the
choice
son,
though. I don't think they have a choice. So from
not
the
really. It's very
I
weird.
think for the
Very weird.
Indians, it's different. I think, based on my understanding, is the Indians, even if them want to date a Jamaican, they can't. I mean, they will have relations and so, but
Yeah,
they
yeah.
can't marry you because the
It's
family
not
just won't
common.
stand for that.
It's not common. In the West, it'll be more accept, but it's not really
Mhm.
common. You know,
So
and most time
I
they,
kind of give them a little bit more pass, and
yeah,
I don't know if they're faking it, but they seem a lot more hospitable to
yeah.
Jamaicans versus the Chinese.
But the Indians, I remember, they used to rule by the British. If you encounter with them a lot,
Hmm.
sometimes their food is more similar to our food, and
Hmm.
they're more easier to deal with. I find them more easier to deal with in
Yeah,
Canada. Like people say this about them, but
they're a lot more hospitable. They're a lot nicer. They tend to have more. I'll see like the Indians and Jamaicans like friends. Like I'm not saying it doesn't exist because I'm sure, yeah, but in my regular going around, I've never really seen like a Chinese person and Jamaican being friends. I've never really seen that. I know it exists. I'm just saying I've never personally, in my just going about my normal business, see where that happens. So I'm kind of like, you know, it's a little bit of an asterisk there. But we have to blame ourselves when it comes to the business aspect of it because we are not very good at doing business. That is a Jamaican problem. We are not very good at doing business. So we can't blame the Chinese and we can't blame the Indians and we can't blame nobody else because we are very bad business people. That is something that we have to own. So I'm not going to blame them business wise, but when it comes to you like separating yourself from us, and I don't really see, like you don't really walk on the road and you see an Indian and a Jamaican and chop it up like that. You'll see a bunch of not Indian, Chinese, not Indians, Chinese. Like first of all, I don't know where they go. I think they probably have their own place that they gather, but I don't see them regularly. You don't just walk downtown and you see a bunch of Chinese people walk. I just don't see it. Maybe it exists in other places, but I just don't see it, and it's kind of weird. Like, where do they go? I don't see them. You know, you don't walk into a restaurant and you see a bunch of Chinese people sit down and eat with one and two Jamaican friends mixed in there. I don't see that. I'll see white people with Jamaican friends. I'll see Indian people with Jamaican friends. But the only where you see Chinese is in a them business place. You don't really see them nowhere else. So you got the supermarket, that's where you see them. You go to the clothing store, that's where you see them. You go to the restaurant, that's where you see them. But you don't see them just going about your normal business. It's weird. And even if you do see them, you see them. It's not, you don't see like a Chinese woman holding hands with a Jamaican dude walking in the town. It just don't happen. At least I've never seen it. I'm sure because they're Chinese Jamaican and some do have black parents, but it's not common. As I've seen a lot of Indians who are black. You see a lot of Indians and them black. You don't really see a lot of. I don't know. I just don't see it. I'm sure there are, and they say, "Oh, well, we're Chinese Jamaican." To me, and this is my philosophy: if you are born in Jamaica, and when I look in your family, all of them come from one different country, you're not Jamaican. I don't give a fuck what you want to say. If you're white, your mother is white, your father is white, your grandmother is white, your grandfather is white, and the rest of them white, and you're born in Jamaica, you're not Jamaican. I don't, you want vex, don't give a fuck. How you become Jamaican if you're born in Jamaica, and if I'm going to recognize you as that's me personally, I don't know about anybody else. How I'm going to recognize you as a Jamaican born in Jamaica is if one parent is Jamaican. If both of your parents are from another country, you are not Jamaican to me. You're just a foreigner born in a foreign land. It's no different than a Jamaican left Jamaica, go have them put in the US because they want them have US citizenship. You are a Jamaican citizen, but you're not a Jamaican. Because you have no Jamaican blood. How does a people, because if we move from one place to the next, how does the people identify each other? By blood. It's not the land that makes the people, because we can always move and go to another location and we're still that people. Because it's not the land that make you the tribe, it's the blood relation that make you the tribe. So if I look in your family and everybody are Chinese, I don't care if you're born in Jamaica or not, you're not Chinese. I'm sorry. That's just my personal view. Take it over where you want it. I'm not going to change my view. Yeah, but Caroline, no matter if my parents come from Africa, the whole are we still black? If our parents came from Africa and we have settled in Jamaica, right? And we're interbreeding with each other, we're still, it's the same blood that circulates in the generation. No, sir? Because it's the blood that connects you and not the land. Because you can move to another land and settle there. No, sir? And while you claim the land as your own, is the blood that make you, it no matter if the race is mixed, the blood is still there. It's still in your DNA. Your DNA no change. It's still in your DNA. You still have African blood. And it's still, that would debunk your point, because if everybody is Chinese, which part in your, them no mix. If you look at the children, if you look at the grandchildren, the children, the parents, the grandparents, and everybody is Chinese, which part of them mix? Them no mix. So you can't say, oh, well, they're Jamaicans because the grandparents came to Jamaica from the 1980s, but then everybody in the family are Chinese. I don't care if they're born here, they're not Jamaicans. There's no Jamaican in your blood. So how are you claiming, if you don't share blood, we're not kin. If we don't share blood, we're not kin. You're a stranger in a strange land. It's just that simple. And when you look, at least in the Chinese, most of those they're all Chinese, are they married white people. Even if they're mixed, it's mixed with white. It's not like a authentic Jamaican. You won't see like a real black somebody with a Chinese woman or a real black woman. It's very, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, because there are, instances where that, but it is not so prevalent that it is like, it is an oddity I have never seen it. I've seen people who are saying, oh, my father is black or whatever, but them not look black anyway. You know what I mean? You probably don't, when you're looking at them, you probably don't even know so they're mixed. For sure you. And when you look upon them grandparents, they're both Chinese. So it's like, something that, I kind of strayed off a little, but I'm just saying, in terms of my, yeah, but there's a difference between your nationality, But that is a nationality, my friend. I can go to the US, get the citizenship and claim allegiance, and I'm American, and I am an American citizen. Caroline. Citizenship don't mean nothing. No mean to say you are that, you're that people. I can go to Canada now, get Canadian citizenship, Does that make me Canadian, or am I a Jamaican in Canada with a Canadian citizenship? I don't have Canadian blood. I am not connected to Canada in any way, shape, and form other than I have the thing. But whether you're born there or not, if you have no Canadian blood in you, you're not Canadian. You are a Canadian citizen. There's a difference between your ethnicity and your citizenship per se. Ethnicity is not the same thing as, because, okay, if you are living in Jamaica, Caroline, you have a Jamaican husband, right? Married in Jamaica, both your parents on both sides are Jamaican, right? Let's just say, for the sake of argument, they are not mixed. Jamaican, full stop. So you're both Jamaican through and through. 100% Jamaican. This is just for the sake of because I don't think anybody's 100% of anything, right? Because of population admixture during slavery and colonization. But just for the sake of this argument, let's just say you're 100% Jamaican, you and your husband. So when we trace back on the lineage, everybody in your line are Jamaican. You got pregnant in Jamaica. You left Jamaica, you went to Canada, and you settled there. You became a Canadian citizen, both you and your husband, and you had your child in Canada, which now makes the child a citizen of Canada. Is that child a Canadian authentically, or is that child a Jamaican? By nationality, yes, they are, because, they have Canadian citizenship or they were born there, but they're not Canadian ethnically. They're not. I cannot claim to be an Indian if I move to India. I can't. If I move to India, this is, okay, let's make this make sense. If two white people come to Jamaica, come have a pitney, you can't call the pitney black. You wouldn't, because it wouldn't make any sense. They are not black. That is what I am talking about when I'm saying Jamaican. I'm not using Jamaica as a nationality. I'm using Jamaica as an ethnicity. There's a difference. So you being born in a country don't mean that you're ethnically, whatever you want to call it. You're not of that ethnicity. Is the ethnicity, Jamaica is an ethnicity as well as a nationality. So you have to separate ethnicity from nationality. Anybody can be a citizen of anywhere. I can go to India right now and be a citizen of India. That doesn't make me Indian. I can go to China and be a citizen of China. That does not make me Chinese. If my child was born in China and my wife is Jamaican and I am Jamaican, you wouldn't call the child Chinese, because that don't make no fucking sense. Would you? You would not look at my child and say, oh, that is the child is Chinese. No, they're not, because they're black. You wouldn't. So it's because the ethnicity is different from the citizenship. If two people of a particular ethnicity move to a country and have a child, that child does not automatically become a part of that ethnic group. They are not. They're still a part of the parents' ethnic group. You must have one person from the ethnic group as a parent of the offspring for you to claim that you're part of that ethnicity. So a Chinese in Jamaica with two Chinese parents can't say them Jamaican. You're not. Because Jamaica is an ethnicity as well as a nationality. So you are Jamaican naturally in terms of citizenship, but you're not Jamaican by ethnicity. You're not. I know that, Caroline. That's what I'm saying. But we are talking about ethnicity. When we say Jamaican, we are talking about your identity. A white person cannot go around saying they are black just because they were born in Jamaica. You can't. And that's your identity. You would not accept a white person going around saying, I was born in Jamaica, I'm a black person. You wouldn't. You would say the person is racist. You would. Because they're clearly white. And even if you want to accept that they're black, you would now look in their family tree to see, okay, but is your father black? Because then they can claim to be black. If the father is black or the mother is black, they can say they are black because one parent is. So they can claim the ethnicity or the identity or whatever you want to call it. But if when you look, the mother white as snow and the father white as snow, but they're saying, oh, I was born in Jamaica, so that makes me automatically black, you're going to be like, hell no. So it's the same thing. Because remember, we would look at Chinese as both an ethnicity and a national, whatever you want to call it, citizenship. But if I go to China, become a citizen, that doesn't make me Chinese. And I'm sure the Chinese people would not accept me as Chinese. They wouldn't, and rightfully so. And if I have a child in China, and my wife is Jamaican, and I am Jamaican, they wouldn't accept the child as Chinese either. So I don't know why with black people we always have this conversation where I'm bringing everybody no, they would not accept us. I am telling you that, me not answer, tell me, if you go to China right now and you have a pitney, and you black and you're a man black, they're not accepting that child as Chinese. They will not. You're black. That is what you are. You just happen to be born in a China. So they will never accept you as part of their group identity. They will never do that. You go to India, it's the same thing. They're not going to accept you as part of their group identity. They won't do that. So why we as black people want everybody to come run in Pani and claim this and claim that? No, if you're born in a Jamaica and both your parents not from here, you're not Jamaican, don't care. That is my philosophy, but that is that is an aside. I think this live has gone on long enough. We had certainly some interesting discussions, and hopefully, unfortunately, the one thing I hate about TikTok is that you can't post the live because TikTok only allows. First of all, you can't post it's kind of weird. You can't post your live. I don't know why they don't allow us to post the live. Every other platform allows you, because even Instagram, if you're going to post a video by itself, the video has to be under 60 minutes. But if you're going to post your live, if the live are 3 hours, it allows you to post it. TikTok does not allow you to post your live. It's weird. So, I don't know. I'm going to download the live though and post it on YouTube. Because I don't know how long this live has been. I don't think I can post it anywhere other than YouTube. Anyways, guys, thank you for staying with me. And I'm going to go live this evening again to listen to Andrew and Mark Golding debate. Until then, see you next time.